on to your butts, Stormchasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
And we're back. What's up, folks? How we doing? How are things? How are people? How are places? How are things? Looks like we got Project Dark Fox, Roland Papa Bear Datron, Voltari, Rogue 19K, and even Lord Hathrir insisting in his solipsistic way that places don't actually exist. They are a figment of our imagination and our overactive egos. Hey man, I didn't write that, okay? It just sort of happened. Project Dark Fox, thank you so much for that subscription renewal, man. Much appreciated. This is no beer at all, this is just apple juice. I'm drinking some apple juice. Nom 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 nom. Apple juice making me happy. I just needed some sugar. Oh god. I have been cooking myself under the sun all fucking day. This summer has just been brutal as all hell. And we've got this really nice group of trees making a windbreak on the north side of the property. And they're all like junipers and such that get by with very little water generally. But even so, they have been particularly cooked this summer, so I've been loading up a big old 500-gallon tank full of water. And Dr. Smurf with the Prime subscription. Thank you so much, Dr. Smurf. They do grow juniper berries. I don't harvest them for anything. I suppose I could. It's a thing that I technically could do. Is my video a little stuttery for anybody else? Or is that just me? Hope that doesn't become an issue. Anyway, so I've been loading up this 500-gallon tank with water on the back of a trailer, and I wait about 2 hours for it to fill with a hose, and I drive it out to the edge of the property, and I toss this big hose out into the windbreak, and I pop it open, and I direct the water with a shovel for about 30 minutes, and then I come back and I refill it. This has been going on for a couple of days. And slowly but surely, I am just cooking. And it's weird, because we've got all this smoke over here now. Thanks, by the way, Hathrir. Fucking sending all the smoke from the fires on your side of the mountains over here, you asshole. I blame you personally, I'll have you know. And so, visibility is weird. Like, it's down to about a mile in any direction. Like, you look across a section of land, and the house, you know, that maybe half-mile away starts to get hazy. And I haven't seen the mountains in days, and I didn't realize how much that was going to affect me, but it actually kind of sucks. I'd really gotten used to going outside and plopping my ass down on one of my little Adirondack chairs and enjoying, you know, watching the sun go down behind the mountains. And now there is no sun, and there are no mountains. I'm dead, and this is hell, as far as I can tell. What's up, Puck Duncher? Good to see ya. I wonder if she still makes the mead with the juniper berries. That could be interesting. Hurricane-inspired Warhammer. Apparently lightning bolts are just going to wind up on almost all of these mechs. I guess I can't complain too much. It is sort of on theme, isn't it? Is my video stuttery? It seems like it is. It's never done that to me before. I wonder why that is. How's everybody been? How are things? I want to take a moment to show off my latest 3D printing that I'm very, very pleased with. I got 5 of these guys so far. They need a couple little corrections before I can post them up, and I want to get one of them painted. And I have to get myself a proper curing hood / chamber, because like if you look at this autocannon, it is ever so slightly curved. It's ever so slightly curved, and the only reason that happened is because I'm curing in direct sunlight, and it heated up the barrel, and it curved it just a wee little bit, and there's nothing I can do to uncurve it. And it's unfortunate. Thankfully, it's attached to the model in such a way that I can just print another autocannon and stick it on there. But, I gotta get a curing hood. to control the temperature of my prints, because that's a little bit lame. What's up, Sam Calderon? How you doing? Then again, I live like 2 miles away from them. Yeah, it would take some pretty thick smoke to cut off that particular visibility. Oh, I'm tired. I'm tired. We're gonna get some painting done anyway. Hey, Binary Shield, good to see ya. Still got 10 minutes. Well, thank you for being here at all, Project Dark Fox. So I've been doing these Shadowhawks. I'm sorry. Dugrams from Fang of the Sun Dugram. Now, to be fair, it is. It is the Dugram from Fang of the Sun. I've only made very, very small, sort of superficial changes to update it. And obviously I've done weapon configurations that are accurate for use in Battletech. But all in all, I think it's come together pretty well. I kind of like the stance I got. This one is the SHD 3K with the heavy PPC there on the shoulder, and then with the LRM 5, and then with the MLAS on the right arm. And this one came out pretty good. And then I've got and I don't have any primer on this guy yet, but I have at least one pose where he's holding the AC cannon like he did in the show. This one actually cured pretty well. Well, I mean, you know, it's braced on the arm, so the barrel didn't have a chance to curl. I'm going to have to redo those ones and put them under a UV hood so I don't have that problem. I've noticed that's an issue in general when you have narrow cylindrical items on a resin print. If you put them in direct sunlight and you let them heat up, they just heat up while they cure. They want to curl naturally. But you know, this is, and I got two poses for this one. It's the same pose, but with one of them I just have his arm pointing forward, and that's for variants where he's got a medium laser on his left arm as well. And then I brought his other arm up so he's in kind of like a little laser boxer stance. This is the Royal Shadowhawk here, with the LRM replaced with another SRM2. I think they're Streak SRM2s. And then MLAS, and I want to say it's a bigger autocannon, I can't remember which. But all in all, these prints have come out pretty good. I got one where he's doing his little, you know, braced with his hand laser pose. This one was actually kind of tricky, because as it turns out, the torso is pretty big on this guy. All in all, though, I'm very happy with how these have come out so far. These, as, you know, and here they are. Hang on a second. Here would be the Shadowhawk next to the Griffin, or the Dugram next to the Round Facer. And I think that they scale next to each other really, really well. I'm going to be doing the Blockhead next, the Wolverine, and I'm planning to carry forward into the Ironfoot and the Bigfoot, which would be the Thunderbolt and the Battlemaster, respectively. I think that's right. I can never remember which one's the Ironfoot, which one's the Bigfoot. One is one or the other. LB10X, thank you, Dark Fox. I need to do a couple more weapon variants, because there are some more Shadowhawk variants that I could do. Yes, it is from the Dugram illustration, Sam Calderon. He did that. It was in Dugram. It's something called a linear cannon, which I gather was an energy weapon. And yeah, he would kind of reach back and grab it and pull it down over his shoulder, and then fire it. It was also really long in that show. Like, when it was on his back, it extended way, way above him and a good distance below him. And then when he pulled it down like this, it had a huge. It was just, that weapon was gigantic. Yeah, the bent AC bugs me a little bit. It does. I guess I could clip it, shave it, and re-glue it without harming anything, because it looks like most of the curve is in the end here. But that is just a problem with my curing. That's not a problem with the print. When it printed nice and straight. And yeah, we got two PPC variants, the 2K and the 3K. Got the SHD 2D, which you can see here with the MLAS on either arm, the AC over the shoulder, the LRMs, and then AC2 in the head. Not AC2. SRM2 in the head and SRM2 in the chest. This kind of marked, now that I've made a few of these mechs, this marked a new approach for me to making these, where I made the basic Shadowhawk, and then I made all the weapons in just a very neutral pose, like he's just standing there kind of stock straight with his arms down at his side. And I made all the weapons on top of one another, and then what I can do is I can take that master file and pose it, and then make weapons visible or invisible as I choose. So I can make one pose, and then just fool with all the visibilities on the weapons and make a whole bunch of different variants in that same pose. And by doing it that way, and by using a master file, the other thing I can do, I found that's pretty cool, is if I'm like, so I pose him, and I'm like, I wanted to add a panel line. I wanted to change the orientation, or what did happen, I wanted to change the length of his head, because I've got, this was the first print that I did. And I have a comparable pose, I think. Yeah, this is the comparable pose. And I think you can probably see it. His head on the one on the right is significantly, it juts forward a whole lot more. You can really see it there next to his collar. Cat Ion coming in with the raid, been playing some of that Plague Story, which is a weird game. It's a very, very strange game about a girl who murders grown men with rats. That's about what I could get from it, from watching it. So basically just the life story of Cat Ion, effectively. Thank you so much for the raid, Cat. Welcome everyone, and welcome to Cat, our other mod. What was I just saying? Oh, right. Yeah. So anyway, what I can do is I can just change individual parts and update the subsequent posed files, and it just updates them automatically. And this is a game changer for me, because I change my mind all the time. I'm always coming up with some little thing that I missed, or I'm getting ahead of myself and doing posing before I should. And this lets me just go back and correct things and then update all my subsequent work without having to redo it every single time. And it does require you, when you're making the file, to know every single part that you want to be an individual component. And this time I was using her brother to murder people. Oh, the young child, as opposed to the teenager, is now murdering people. That's fantastic. Sam Calderon, if you're ever curious about what is on the Ender 3, you can hit ! STL, and it will pop up with, at least when I remember to update it, which this time I have, it will pop up with a notification on what we are printing. Right now, I have printing some Star Wars Legion terrain. The organizers of Las Vegas Open contacted me about my Star Wars Legion Lothal table that I built for myself, which it's on cooldown right now. Sam Calderon, if you look a little bit above you there, Roland already did it. I have it on cooldown because it's happened a number of times. Someone will say, "Oh, what's on the thing?" And I'll say, "You can hit ! STL," and then like 9 people will enter it, and chat will just be flooded with nothing but my bot. It's ridiculous. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, my brain is mush. My brain is mush.
Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't, for the love of God. That's not strictly the only rule at this point, but it's certainly one of the most important. Oh, right. Lothal table. I was contacted by the Las Vegas Open organizers about their interest in my Lothal table. They thought it was pretty damn cool, and they're looking to expand their tables this year. At least up to, I don't know if they're at 64 and they want to expand past that, or they're expanding from 50 to 64, something like that. But they're adding more tables, not this year, for next year, for 2021. And he wanted to get as many of my full Lothal tables as he could. So I am printing some up for them. And if everything goes according to plan and everything goes smoothly, and, assuming that they'll be able to host the actual tournament at the end of January, which, fingers crossed, but who knows these days, then several of their tables will be my Star Wars terrain, and apparently also the streamed table. The table that they're going to have with the camera set up over it will be the Lothal Moisture Farm terrain, which is just gratifying as hell. I'm glad people enjoy that. This is the wrong... I don't want this one. This one goes over here. He's one of the test prints. I don't want to paint him. So that's pretty cool, That's pretty cool. I'm excited about that. But for a while, I am going to have at least one of my 2 printers just going on Star Wars terrain. Did Tyson contact me? I don't believe so. Not that I know of. What's up, nerd? What's up, Firestarter? How you doing? You should reach out to Gen Con group, too. I may. I haven't, so far, over the course of starting this stream and starting to produce terrain, I've been very fortunate in the number of people who have noticed me. I have not had to reach out to anyone at all for anything. Everybody has come to me, which is, it's awesome. It's awesome mostly because I am incredibly lazy. And, When you tell me things like, you need to reach out to such and such and make these contacts, I go, but do I? Do I really? That's really... I mean, I could do that. That's definitely an option. The other thing I can do, I take a nap. You know? Napping's pretty good. Napping can be a lot of fun. I didn't do the thing, Cat. Why didn't you tell me?
Hello there.
We got some new emotes coming pretty soon, and that's going to be one of them. I need to hit up Bait and find out where she is with that.
We specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Doing okay. Kind of bored. I'm sorry to hear that, Firestarter. Maybe we'll be able to change that for you. I don't know. I'm not exactly bouncing off the walls today. Myself, Binary Shield, I am back on the fat tire. Oh, maybe I am talking to Tyson. I don't know. I'm not, I've emailed back and forth. I don't remember the name for it. Mostly we've been contacting one another via Discord. Yeah, here's to an effective vaccine and a treatment. Seriously, Samara, I could do with everything calming the fuck down and going back to some loose semblance of functionality. That would be pretty fantastic for me, I gotta say. Like, I'm a pretty major introvert. Like, I don't generally want to go places and do things when other people are like, let's go places and do things. I'm like, should we though? I've got Lord of the Rings extended cut, you know, like that's usually my contribution. I'm getting pretty fucking tired of being stuck around here though, and never being able to go out to get anything to eat though. Not tired enough of it to, like, you know, act like an asshole over it, but tired enough that I've eaten more Dominoes in the last couple of weeks than I had in the previous year, just because it means I get to drive into town to pick it up, and I mean, that's something, I suppose. Ugh. Dude, absolutely Binary Shield. I would love to see the two of you so much. Damn. Same thing goes for Hethrir, though slightly less enthusiasm. Like, imagine me saying damn, but I'm going more like damn. How's using gloves working out for it? Well, it works actually really well. It prevents me from... See, my problem that I have, Sam Calderon, this is something that we encountered when I first got started streaming on here, is I just sort of absent-mindedly, when I'm painting, and you'll see it, I sort of clean my brush on the back of my hand like this, and I just got tired of doing it on my actual skin. It's nice being able to peel this off at the end of a paint session and not have to then go scrub my damn hand with Simple Green. What am I doing? So we're painting this for Sentient Pickle tonight. Hey, the man himself. All I had to do was think his name. How you doing, Sentient Pickle? I think this base gradient has come out pretty nice. And I'm just going to kind of make it up from here. I don't really have any plans, except that I want to do a lightning bolt starting at the top of this shoulder, coming down across the torso. I don't think going all the way down the leg. I think it's going to end about here on the pelvis, and then it's going to pick up again just above the middle of the shin and continue down across the foot. That's my thinking. Just peel your skin off. That's such useful advice, Puck Duncher. Thank you so much for your contribution, as always. Nearly got into a fight for exactly the same reason, just asking someone to keep their distance. Dude, people act like assholes. I don't understand it, and this isn't a subject that I want to harp on for a long time, but I'm sure some of you have encountered it. I don't understand. It's like there are people who go to the grocery store and they don't wear a mask, and you can see them because they're looking around at people, you know, and they're like showing off that they're not wearing their mask, and they're just waiting. They're just waiting for somebody to be like, hey man, put your mask on, so they can flip the fuck out. And I feel like most of the time they get disappointed because, like, I don't want to start a fight with somebody who obviously has nothing better to do with his time. I'm just going to stay away from you. That's my whole plan. But they're there, and I don't get it. I don't understand it. It's like saying, I'm bored. I'm going to go down to the grocery store and pick a fight with somebody. Like, how fucking sad does your life have to be? I mean, you don't like it, sure, whatever. You think that it's trampling all over your rights. You think that George Washington is spinning in his fucking grave because you have to wear a mask. That's awesome. Also, as a sort of a counterpoint to that, though, if I can present it, fuck you and shut the fuck up. Like, that's what I got, you know? You selfish goddamn pricks. Let's paint some models, what do you say? Yeah, I thought you might like that. Let's pick some colors and start doing something. It's true, though. Most people don't want to get into a fight. Most people have never been in a fight. Most of the people who sit around thinking, I'd like to be in a fight, will change their minds 2 seconds into a fight. They will suddenly realize, I don't want to be doing this. Because it sucks. I mean, I'm not a big fighter. I've done little bits of training here and there, but it's not like a component of my personality. I don't like getting in fights. I don't like being in fights with people in a non-physical sense. I don't like being at odds with people. It makes me deeply uncomfortable. And, but I'm confident enough about myself, like I can handle myself physically, decently. And I don't want to be, I've been punched in the face. It sucks. It's horrible. It's one of the worst things. It is a great way to take a day that's going perfectly fine, a fucking week that's going perfectly fine, and just shove it down the toilet. It's awful. Hey, what's up? Getting high, a man after my own heart. Welcome, welcome. I was just bitching about the world for a few minutes. What colors am I doing here, you guys? What am I trying to do? Alright, so I got, I think I'm just going to start off doing some highlights. Well, you know what I want to do? I say this every time. I want to make sure I get in there and I do my undercarriage bits, go across, do some highlights, get my lightning bolt done, and then start applying washes to ease those highlights in. That is my plan. That is my plan, and for that plan to work, we are going to have to pull out a little bit of the old coal black. Magenta! I like yelling magenta, too. It makes me feel good. Oh, that's your wife. Oh, I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. I was just thinking that, like, I know, isn't that Rogue's name? But he's right there.
Welcome back
that's
to
weird.
50
We got
Shades
two of them.
of Coal Gray, Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held 2 brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for 2 brushes, 1 paint pot.
We have to go for the worst of them. The absolute worst. You know what I'm going to do? All the colors on here. All of the colors on here are cold. So I need to go with something warm. I have to go with something warm for the undercarriage. I know that it won't necessarily match the rest of the Stormchasers so far, but it's just going to pay off once we get a little bit further into painting this figure. Get up in there all nice and deep like, boy. Yeah. All we get is that one guy who just keeps paying him to wash his truck. Gonna start off with some Reaper Mountain Stone. It's a gray that I've been using lately. It's a nice dark gray, but it's got kind of a warm brown tone to it. I'm actually gonna touch it with just a teeny bit of coal black. Not much. Give me an interesting starting point. But I really find that particularly if you're doing a model that is predominantly one color temperature, just throwing in a little bit of the opposing temperature helps quite a lot. It helps everything pop, you know? All about that undercarriage. The man's not wrong. Not wrong at all. My wife. Yes, thank you, Puck Duncher. Why did I say that? Like, you wrote it. I didn't have to say it. I could have looked at it and known what it said and not acknowledged it because it's a terrible joke, but I just did it. I just did the bull rat. That's like some of the lowest brow humor that we're even capable of at this point in 2020. It is. It is a little bit warm, but it's predominantly the model is cool all the way out to here. Predominantly. What's up, Mars to Pants? How you doing? I didn't ban you from it. I temporarily muted you, and then I undid it. And I did it because it was funny. Oh, thank you. Well, thank you very much. Why do I say or do half the things that I do, Chad? I don't know. My mouth opens and things come out of it, you know? Can't be held responsible like I'm supposed to think about what I'm saying before I say it, or consider it before I say it. What is this? USSR? Doing well, put an offer on the house this weekend. Nice to hear that. Wrangling paperwork for the suits. That just sounds stuffy. Sounds like the kind of thing a nerd would do. No, really, though, that's pretty cool. Getting property, getting a house, it's always an exciting thing. Well, usually it's an exciting... I guess there are probably circumstances where it's not an exciting thing, but I can't think of what they are right now, so I'm just gonna move past it. We're just gonna keep going on. I just want to get a couple of these bits in here, these little connector-looking pieces, so that we don't wind up with just one big mass of color. That's the last thing we want. The last thing! I don't think I really need to get in deep on the hips. Those are pretty dark and are in shadow anyway. Just little bits here in the knees, probably some in the elbows, maybe the hands. Ankles. But I try to stick to my usual rules of start at the deepest recesses and work your way out, and that almost always involves doing these little connection pieces first. You want me to stop? You want me to stop, Pethrier? I'll stop. Fucking give me the 500 bits. 500 bits and I'll stop. No, I'm not gonna make that promise. You can give me 500 bits, I'm still gonna do every single bit of it. It's nice to be in the air conditioning, sitting down, painting a mech. It has been a weirdly long day. How about y'all? What are y'all up to? Getting up to anything crazy today? Yeah, the smoke keeps throwing me off too. The smoke also keeps making me feel like, oh, maybe it'll rain. Of course, that's nonsense, because it's not going to rain. It's not going to rain at all. It's just going to cook us all to death. The fires are crazy. So, who among you has watched the new The Batman trailer and is appropriately excited for our man, Robert Pattinson? Because I'll tell you, I'm ready. Oh, I'm ready. Oh, absolutely getting high. No, sir, that fucking karaoke video was killer. And I wanted to acknowledge, like, when I see someone post something, they're like, oh, I posted a karaoke video. I mentally am just like, oh god, here we go. Oh god, here we go. Just smile and say something nice. I didn't have to fake anything, though. You were very talented. One of those days where I want to nap non-stop. Ooh, I feel that. Spool got tangled again. That sucks. I hate it when that happens. Oh, I have one pity bitty. Oh, that's exciting. Woo! If he does give 500, put it towards holding your breath on thirst. That's such a stupid... I can't believe I agreed to do that crap. I think we got through the worst of it, though. I don't think there's any parts in the game where I have to hold my breath for longer than that. This would be mostly a waste of money. Getting your car detailed, spent 6 hours at the dealership. God, that bores me just reading it. Ooh. Fuck yeah, yeah, right? I am vengeance. He didn't even do a crazy bat voice. I was expecting more of a bat voice than we actually got. I think I'm going to do his hands in the gray. Got so much color on this guy otherwise. I feel like he needs a couple little mechanical bits to break it up, and the hands are a perfect opportunity. Spending my day learning how to mess with Marlin 2.0 and getting my config how I want it. I've been thinking about doing some, now that I'm running multiple printers, I've been looking at options like Marlin and Octoprint and contemplating them a bit more seriously. They're not really necessary if you're only running one, but the second you add a second, it starts to make more sense. I think Robert Pattinson is going to be a fantastic Batman. He has both an intensity and a humility to him that I gather from interviews that I think makes him ideal to do an intense role like that. He's not bringing any ego to the table. He's not bringing any expectations in. He's just looking to figure out what the director wants and to give it to him. And Matt Reeves is a very, very talented director. I don't know if you guys saw the Planet of the Apes movies that he did, but they were pretty excellent. They're not like my favorite movies anybody's ever done. But compared to almost every other installation in the IP of the Planet of the Apes, they were fucking amazing. And just as far as movies go, they were really well directed. I've never cared so much about CGI monkeys before. And believe you me, I watch a lot of stuff with CGI monkeys in it. Yeah, I know, apes. Apes! God, come on, guys. Some were monkeys. Colin Farrell is the Penguin. Yeah, they showed him, and it didn't even look like Colin Farrell. I thought that was fairly impressive. What? Why didn't that pop up with a thing? It's supposed to pop up with a thing. Rogue19K, thank you so much for the gift sub going over to SP Firestarter. Now he can enjoy the stream without having to watch commercials, which is good. No one should have to watch commercials. Commercials are the devil. So you're painting a pirated mech there. Yeah, this is from the Sylogy archive that I grabbed before everything went down. What's up, Machine God? How you doing? Best role so far was himself in interviews about how stupid the Twilight franchise is. Yeah, I saw that when he was doing it. And I don't know if you guys ever saw that, but Robert Pattinson was one of the few people working on Twilight who in interviews was like visibly uncomfortable about working on those films and like vocally did not. He sort of realized halfway through, like, I'm just playing out this woman's sex fantasies, and it makes me really, really uncomfortable. Sparktacan, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Stormchasers. I am living. I feel like a lot of people are there today. Everybody's getting tired right now. And it's exhausting. It's hot outside. Just about everywhere. A good number of places are just burning the fuck down. There's a strong chance that immediately after the stream tonight, I'm just going to collapse and sleep for like 12 hours. Very strong chance. In fact, now that I say it out loud, I'm almost certain that's what's going to happen. But I need to get some painting done. My whole desk that you can't see, everything to the left and the right now, is covered in Trinity City. It is covered in the new defense expansion stuff, curtain walls, and Sigma Dome. Thinking about doing the whole hip. Thinking about doing the whole hip. I don't know, I'm going to contemplate that for a minute. Just covered in it. Just covered in it. I need to get some basic grays put down because I need to take some photos of it for some visualizations. But, I don't know if I'm going to get to that tonight. I keep meaning to. I'm just, so much to do outside, and everything that you do outside right now just sucks the energy right out of you, you know? Oh, he's been in a bunch of fantastic movies since then, Marstapants. The Rover. I was not a big fan of High Life, though I am aware that it is a film that he did. And I watched it, and it definitely is a movie. Good Time, that movie's fantastic. But The Rover, more than anything, really stands out. The Rover and The Lighthouse are the two films of his fairly recently that really stand out to me as high-quality films. The Rover is... I was a pretty big fan of Mad Max back in the day. The first one. Yeah, just Mad Max. That was the first one, was Mad Max, and then the second one was The Road Warrior, right? I always feel like I mixed that up, and I have mixed it up a number of times. But basically, if you take that very first Mad Max movie, and if you just focus a lot on the cars, is it the other way around? I get it wrong. Like I don't know why I can't remember which one's first. But yeah, maybe it goes Road Warrior and then Mad Max, or Mad Max and then Road. I can't remember. You'd think I would, considering the number of times I've watched both films over the course of my life, but for whatever reason, I can't. I haven't put that up yet. Rogue. I got it saved, but I haven't put it in as a command yet. I got it right the first time. That's what I thought. Mad Max is the first, Road Warrior is the second. Because Road Warrior is the one that has Lord Humongous in it. And Wes and all that. And the first one, Mad Max, has Toe Cutter in his gang. I think I am going to do the whole hip joint. It's just going to serve to break up some of this color a little bit. But anyway, so if you take that first movie, if you take Mad Max, and you focus solely on the cars, you're like, this movie is really just about the cars, then that's the direction that the films ultimately went. That's where we went with The Road Warrior, though that was still largely story-focused. It was about the cars. And if you carry it all the way forward to Fury Road, it's like, oh no, it's definitely like it's just about the cars at this point. There's nothing else going on. Cars, 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 baby. Now, if instead you focused on the part of the movie where, like, specifically the scene where his family gets run down by wasteland criminals, you focus on that feeling, that bleak, desperate, painful, confused feeling that comes out of that scene, which to me was always the more poignant part of the film. And you took the creative direction, if you took that as the creative direction, like that's the way we're going, those are the movies we're going to make, you get The Rover. Now that might not entice you. You might be thinking to yourself, but that part upset me and I don't want to watch that. I'm telling you, it's worth watching. It is a fantastic film. It's got Robert Pattinson alongside Guy Pearce. And that's also Robert Pattinson's, like, mentally disabled role. You know, all the actors have to get in at least one role where they play a mental disability. That's his, and he does amazingly. He does fan-freaking-tastically. I think that's probably all the gray I want to lay down. Yeah, that's a good breakup. So there. Insides of the elbows on both sides, not quite. Hands, weapons. This part got a little flattened during printing, so it's going to get some battle damage painted onto it. Yeah, that's a good start. You know, people suggest Toe Cutter became Immortan Joe because of stuff that happened in the comics. I didn't know that Machine Gun... It's the same actor. The same guy who played Toe Cutter also plays Immortan Joe. I hadn't heard of any connection through the characters, though. It's... You know what, Binary Shield? It's funny you mentioned that. I watched that again just yesterday.
There's something about Kenobi and Catgirls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Maybe it's just my allergies.
I hadn't watched Dread for a while, and then yesterday I watched it again. So it's funny to me that you bring that up. I'm going to use a little bit of a purpley blue for my blue highlights here, so I think I'm going to move in the direction of Reaper's Icy Violet. Oh god, does it hold up? Yeah, like, and I try to be critical of movies that I suggest, Dread included. Like, I'm thinking to myself even yesterday, it's been a while since I watched it. Maybe I'll watch it and I'll be like, it's not as good as I remember. Nope, not even a little bit. It is absolutely as good as I remember, if not fucking better. Dread is an amazing movie. Now, for the colors that I got down here with my base gradient, these are the Dr. P.H. Martin's Spectralite acrylics, airbrushed very lightly over a white zenithal base coat, and this was true blue and then magenta and then just a mingling of the two there across the middle. I'm going to use some of that same true blue on my Icy Violet here. Oh yeah, that's the one we're talking about, Rogue. Oh, that's the one we're talking about. I still haven't, Samare. I'm a terrible person, and I have not. My anime watch time lately has been, not that I have time set aside specifically to watch animes, but what time I've spent watching anime recently has been spent, well, on like the last 20 episodes or so of Fang of the Sun Dougram. Just because I've been making stuff from it lately. It's on my list. The problem is I haven't gone back to my list for a little while. Gonna have to watch Dread again and pay more attention to the scenery. Why do you say that, Vergaderung? By the way, welcome. Good to see you. I mean, the sets and the scenery and the overall design for Dread is fantastic, and it should be paid attention to. Absolutely. Ooh, that is so blue. Such a vivid blue. That's what I like about these Spectralite acrylics, is they are so saturated with color. So vivid. Damn. I'm gonna put in a touch more of my Icy Violet here. Take some cues from it for your painting. It definitely... Now, Dread is a good movie to go to if you're looking for paint scheme ideas, because it has a very pronounced and a very present color palette. It's not an afterthought. It's a very important part of the film itself. And it has a sickly color palette, is what it has. Dread is all done in yellows and greens. It makes Mega City 1 come off like it's a bruise, like it's infected, which, you know, it is. Is just a real action movie. Yeah, no, there is no fucking love subplot. There is no love subplot whatsoever. And I will say also, I think Dread is one of the best, I don't want to say it's a feminist movie, because that's not the focus of it. But as far as equal representation of female characters in fiction, it's one of the best damn movies in a long, long damn time. It doesn't pander to anybody, and Anderson is not treated like... It acknowledges Anderson's gender a number of times over the course of the film, but it never panders at any point. It doesn't shy away from it. It has characters that openly underestimate her because of her gender, and each and every one of them come to regret it, but in a very believable way. this is a good blue to start with. I'm going to do this layer of blue, and then I'm going to come back over my grays. I just want to give them a chance to dry before I start highlighting. One of my favorite scenes in that movie is when Anderson goes into Kay's mind with her psychic powers. He starts to think he can get one over on her. He starts to try to mess with her mind, imagining things right back at her. There's a scene when he imagines raping her inside of her own mind, and he's living his little power fantasy, and he thinks he's all in control. And she just... her attitude toward him is so perfect. It's pitying. She pities him in that moment. As he begins to understand that all that time he thought he was getting one up on her, she was just letting him play games. She was letting him play games inside of his own mind, and at no point was she even remotely threatened by him, because when she actually starts her interrogation, he collapses in on himself and pisses his fucking pants. She is something utterly unlike anything he has ever encountered, and he is entirely unprepared to deal with it. And I know, that movie, I think that one of the most common complaints I hear about that movie is the way one of the villains dies monologuing, but I really feel like that's one of the better scenes in the movie. Because yes, the villain does fall victim to the classic urge to monologue when you've got the hero on the ropes. But there's something beautiful in the way that Dredd handles it. There's something beautiful in the way that the movie takes our supposed hero, our titular character, and puts his back to the wall both literally and figuratively. Like, in that gunfight, Dredd gets beaten. There's no two ways about it. In a gunfight in the movie, fighting against some bad guys, Dredd loses. He loses the fight. He is categorically outplayed, outgunned, outmanned, and he winds up literally and figuratively with his back to the wall, with nowhere to go, and a bullet in his gut. And his response when then faced with his death is he just says, "Wait." And I don't know, I feel like it's beautiful in its simplicity. Because the thinking there, from Dredd's perspective, is just, you know, maybe something will change. Maybe the parameters will shift. Maybe something I'm not expecting will happen. But you know what? It's not going to help me if I'm dead. So if I just say wait, maybe he'll wait a little bit. Maybe just I'll buy a couple of seconds. And bad guy starts monologuing, and yeah, shit changes, and he winds up dying. It's just, you know what it is for me that I love about that scene is it shows that Dredd doesn't really have an ego. Because being egotistical might prevent you from doing something like that. But he doesn't. He just wants to live, to continue carrying out the law. And he doesn't know that anybody's going to show up to save him. He certainly hopes that they will. But more than anything, he's just trying to buy a couple of seconds. And man, those couple of seconds, they pay off. I mention it because I know people tend to say about that one, like, oh, she was standing behind him for all that time and didn't shoot him until it was funny. Like, no, I don't think she was there. I think she walked in while the monologue was going on, is what happened. He is the law. Yeah, and props to Karl Urban for managing to slip in the line, I am the law, without it sounding just so cheesy. I mean, you know, look to Sylvester Stallone's delivery of that line for how wrong it can possibly go. I am the law. That would be how Sly Stallone decided to deliver that particular zinger. I don't even hate the Sylvester Stallone Judge Dredd. I actually appreciate a number of things about that movie, and I enjoy watching it. But it is nothing compared to Dredd with Karl Urban. And props to Karl Urban for being willing to do that whole movie without once showing his face. He does not show his face the entire movie. You could be forgiven for not knowing that it's Karl Urban if you didn't watch the credits. And you're not cool. But, you know, those two things go hand in hand. Watch the credits, guys. There's a movie that you like, that you really enjoyed. Watch the credits. They deserve it. They worked hard on it. The least you can do is look at their names and acknowledge them in your mind for a minute, you know? Oh yeah, and then Rob Schneider. Also, Rob Schneider was in that movie. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, get the bad guys monologuing to save my life. Well, and you see, the thing is, it's not even like it wasn't telegraphed in the film. All throughout that scene previously, Judge Lex, had been willing to monologue. Dredd had been encouraging him to babble to hear the sound of his own voice for the last several minutes, so it really just, it made sense. He knew that he would probably go along with it, and he figured, just give him the opportunity to monologue for a minute, and maybe I won't die. I love that movie. I really do love Dredd. It's right up there with me, or it's right up there with Pacific Rim for me. And I know not everybody loves Pacific Rim the way that I do, and I don't expect people to, but it really is one of my favorite movies of the last 10 years. 7 months. That is a lot of glorbs. That is a glorb or two. Thank you so much for the Tier 2 subscription, Oh Coral. It means the world. How you doing, man? Good to see you. I'm glad you did too, Hethrir. It's an amazing movie, and I'm always happy to introduce people to it. I'm always excited when someone says that they haven't watched it, but they're going to because I said something. I'm jealous. I'm a little bit jealous, because I'm always like, I wish I could experience it for the first time again. I wish that was something that were possible. I wish I could go in and erase my memory and sit down and watch it again, because I remember, you know, you get some memories just sealed into your head, like you can picture where you were in the room and what the smells were and what you were doing, and I have one of those for the moment that Dredd really started to pick up on screen, when I went in and I sat down. And I remember the specific moment. It's in the very beginning when the guys in the van are running away, and they just blitz that dude on the street. Their van just smears this random civilian crossing an alleyway that they're going down. And I remember it so clearly because I remember in that moment, just the way the shot goes, guys walking out into the alleyway and the van hits him and just boom, he bounces off the front of the van, hits the road, rolls a few times. Dredd zooms past him, turns and looks, and then looks back up at the van and keeps tracking him. And I just remember thinking in that moment, oh, this movie's going to be different. I like to think I've got good taste in movies, Hethrir. I like to think that. It might not necessarily be true all the time. I might see more artistic merit in action films than a lot of other people do. But I like to think that none of them, at the very least, you know what they all are, is entertaining. I can pick out an entertaining movie. That might not seem like a super important skill set to you, but it serves me well. I'm going to do a little bit more gray on his hands, because it's a little thin. I'd like a darker coat on there. I'd always rather do 2 thin coats than 1 thick one. Now a little bit of this Icy Violet by itself. Water it down quite a bit, I think. Like Nazis on the moon. God damn, I do. Iron Sky is a lot of fun. Iron Sky is worth watching just for Meteor Blitzkrieg. We'll actually be acquiring the Blu-ray copy. It says it has a 4K. Not bothered if it doesn't have RoboCop tomorrow. Ooh, nice. Yeah, no, the original Peter Weller RoboCop, I should hope. The only RoboCop worth watching. I wanted, like, God, I really genuinely wanted to like the RoboCop with, what's his name, Joel Kinnaman in it, and they got Michael Keaton. And honestly, the new RoboCop, that one, would have been kind of brilliant if it had been one of those, like, hey, we're bad on purpose, wink, wink, nudge, nudge movies. But it unironically managed to be... It was the Ed 209 of RoboCop films, in the sense that it was flashy, and it looked good, and it seemed like it had everything in it that you wanted, but ultimately it was broken, and it had nothing, not one original thought in it on any level, and no care and no love, and it fell on its goddamn face the moment that it tried to do anything. It was the Ed 209 of RoboCop movies, and there is a delicious irony in that. The problem is I don't think they meant to do that. I think they genuinely tried to make an entertaining film, and they just didn't understand any of the social commentary in RoboCop, which blows my mind. I don't know how you can watch RoboCop and not take away the extremely in-your-fucking-face social and political commentary of the film. It's not subtle at all. Iron Sky is such a great cult classic. I used both that film and Starship Troopers in my honors thesis in my undergrad. Bodom's Wrath, that is admirable. Starship Troopers is also... Starship Troopers is... I hesitate to say it's underappreciated. Because you can't find people. Like, these days, you'll find plenty of people who are like, oh no, Starship Troopers is fucking awesome. When it came out, it was much maligned. It was much maligned. People were not kind to it. And that's a shame, because it's actually a very, very clever film. People say things like, Paul Verhoeven didn't even read the book, as if that's a bad thing. But, I mean, you have to understand who Paul Verhoeven is as a director and as a man before you can really grasp why he did what he did. And it's true, he didn't finish reading it. He got far enough into it to be like, oh, this is jingoistic bullshit. And he wrote a sort of, I don't want to say it's a rebuttal, because a rebuttal would imply that he's addressing it point by point. He wrote a satire of it in the form of the film. But he had no respect for it. He had no respect for it, and there's nothing strictly wrong with that. I think that makes his film perhaps even more relevant. He was addressing the overall content of the book. Not just the feel-good, rah-rah, aren't we great, but the... Are you seriously talking about how awesome it is to send children to die amongst the stars of it all? And I think it's an interesting comparison to make between Robert Heinlein and Paul Verhoeven as men, because I have a great deal of respect for Robert Heinlein as an author. He's written some of my favorite classic sci-fi novels. Stranger in a Strange Land I read when I was very young, and it had a very, very strong impact on me. Now, what's funny is he wrote Stranger in a Strange Land pretty deep into his career. And if you were to read Stranger in a Strange Land next to Starship Troopers, you could be forgiven for not even realizing they were written by the same person, because a lot of his ideas had changed by then. But, I mean, for every Stranger in a Strange Land, he also wrote something like Farnham's Freehold, which, I don't know if you've read Farnham's Freehold, but holy fucking racism, Batman. Like, holy shit. Yeah, right, Roland? I had that one earlier this year. I was somebody who laid out the plot of RoboCop, and I was like, isn't that kind of happening? Ugh, shit. Also ordered up the 4K 20th anniversary release of Starship Troopers. Looking forward to that as well. Actually do have the entire Roughnecks. I never watched Roughnecks. A buddy of mine did in the barracks, but I never got around to watching it. I don't know if it's good or not. I'd love to. So give me your opinions on Starship Troopers. Was it Roughneck Chronicles? I think it's called. I'm interested. I don't know much about it. One of those films that uses CFX and practical effects to a fantastic degree. Now, I'd like to mention the practical effects, because Paul Verhoeven uses practical effects in a very particular way. A lot of people won't bother using practical effects for gore, particularly in the time that he was doing it. A lot of gore was being relegated to the CGI territory. or not shown at all. And I think that was being done that way because that makes it less visceral, because that kind of removes you from it. But Paul Verhoeven, when he does violence in a disturbingly realistic way. He does things like he did with the Mormon facility that was on the news, or that base that they went to, this place crawls, sir, and he'll be like, no, make a dummy, and then let's smash its fucking head open and have all the brains and skull and bits and have a look of horror on its face, like right before it died it was screaming and its eyes are locked open and its mouth is locked open and it's all dried, and it's gripping and it's horrifying and it's real because he personally saw these things. He lived near a German airbase during World War II, and there were regular air raids on this base that occasionally hit it and occasionally didn't, because the German air defenses were good enough that they kept bombers away from it a lot of the time. But as a consequence of that, he knows what it means when a bomb falls in the street outside your fucking house. He saw people torn to pieces. He saw people burnt to death, walking to the market. Like, that's what I'm saying. You have to understand where he was coming from when he started reading Starship Troopers. Because he doesn't read, oh, such and such character dies, and goes, oh, well, that was a cool death. He reads that and he goes, that's a fucking tragedy. That's horrible. That shouldn't have happened. And that's the position that he wrote the book from. And when he gives us action movies, when he gives us movies like Starship Troopers and like RoboCop also has some really visceral violence in it. Because it's like he wants to grab you by the back of the head and rub your nose in the violence. It's like he wants to say, oh, you think that's cool? Oh, you think that's funny? Fucking look at it. I appreciate his perspective, and I like what he brought to Starship Troopers ultimately. I say that as a fan of the book. Really good show, amazingly well made for its era. Sure, it's dated. You think it was made years later than it was, despite being made at the same time as Beast Wars, Transformers. Character development is solid. I'll probably check it out. A buddy of mine, like I said, when I was in, really, really enjoyed it. Plus, in an interview, he blatantly said that Starship Troopers is supposed to show that war makes fascists of it all. I don't know how you could miss that, considering fucking Doogie Howser, at the end of the movie, comes strolling out to the hero's march, and he's just straight head-to-toe fucking SS. Like there's no mistaking the uniform that he's wearing. And then you get the whole but you know what? We're gonna win, and we're all gonna be friends forever, and we're gonna go forward and conquer the universe, and isn't fascism great? And it's a good way of looking at it, because it's important to recognize that from the inside, fascism feels awesome. It feels like, you're like, why wasn't I doing this the whole time? Why was I not acknowledging how awesome I am? And that's really the danger of it. That's what he was trying to show, was you're not going to look at it and go, oh, this seems like an obviously bad idea and it feels bad so I don't want to do it. No, it's going to feel good. It's going to make you feel powerful. It's going to make you feel in control. It's going to make you feel all the things that you always wanted to feel, and you need to be suspicious of that. Because that is exactly what the German people fell for. They lost their identity, and it's not like Hitler came along and said, hey, let's kill some Jews. No. He came along and he said, hey, how would you like to have your national identity back? How would you like to feel like men again? How would you like to take a little bit of vengeance on those assholes who've been lording it over you all these years? And people went, yeah! And then years and years later, he started, killing Jews quietly for the most part. Obviously, that is an extreme oversimplification of the ultimate rise of fascism in Nazi Germany. But the point remains. And that's what you should get from Starship Troopers. And it's presented in just a very unique package. An ironically light-hearted package, which is the same thing he did in RoboCop. He presented very real problems in a flashy package that you could be forgiven for being distracted by. And yeah, he's always kind of making fun of you, the viewer, for watching it at the same time. That's that whole, I'd buy that for $1. This fucking TV show that's always on, and everybody's fucking laughing at it. It is not funny, but for some reason everybody's on board with it. Like, he's making fun of you and the things that you watch. Well, yeah, Roland, and I mean... But this is the purpose of sci-fi like that film, is not to make you ask, like, in these particular circumstances, how would you behave? It's using extreme and almost comical circumstances to tell stories about who we are right now. I mean, shit, even in the case of the film, it's not like they delve deep into the motivations of the bugs. They don't... You learn over the course of the film that the bugs are absolutely sentient creatures capable of thought, but you never really learn why they're doing what they're doing. There's no real attempt to communicate with them. The closest that we get, the first thing we do when we learn they're capable of communicating, is we kidnap one of their brains and we throw a celebration over the fact that they're terrified of us. That should have told us something. Yeah, it's afraid. They're all afraid. They're terrified of us. That's probably why this is happening. But at no point did we stop to figure that out. At no point was it even suggested that maybe we should take a look at our role in the whole conflict. It was just presented as bugs bad, humans good. And I mean, the book is even worse about that, in my opinion, because in the book there are multiple alien species, and the arachnids are even more intelligent on average than they're presented as in the movie. In the book, there are straight-up sentient, intelligent alien species that we are at war with that the book never explores the motives of. The skinnies? We just kill them. The book opens up with us just slaughtering them en masse, invading one of their cities. And there's really nothing else about them except they're bad, we kill. Cap troopers, blow them up. That's what we do. And I think it's valid to say that as much as you need to know who Paul Verhoeven is to understand his writing or his version of Starship Troopers, you need to understand who Robert Heinlein was. You need to understand Robert Heinlein's experiences and where he was coming from. And Robert Heinlein's experiences are, he was a career boot. And it's not his fault he never served during wartime. But that's just it. He never served during wartime. Robert Heinlein never saw combat. He was a radio operator on a ship. And that's all he did. It's suggested we invaded one of their planets and that's why they're big mad. I mean, yeah, and that would make sense. For that matter, we come into conflict with them even in the movie on numerous occasions because we're colonizing worlds that they apparently lay claim to. I mean, that seems pretty significant. We would attack them if they did that to us. Fern Gully. Not sure you can read Mein Kampf and not know what it's about to go down. I read it knowing the history. I think you're letting Germany out. Nanotanks, I almost certainly am, but I'm doing that because I don't want to get into a super in-depth, hyper-real kind. I'll just be honest with you. I don't want to get into a super in-depth conversation about the rise of Nazism in pre-war Germany. It's just, you know what it is? That's a complex subject. It's a very complex, very real subject, and it's not a discussion that I'm fully equipped to have at that level while I'm painting a model, you know. That's just the truth of it. The Roughnecks get more into the skinnies. They're just being controlled by the bugs in that one, so yeah, the Roughnecks always seemed like it was just kind of more of a puerile surface level exploration of technology and action in the universe, which I don't have anything against. I don't think the universe is sacrosanct or anything. I'm just saying that Heinlein thought that military service and federalism was the answer to a lot of problems, was the answer to a lot of what he saw as the moral degradation of society. But I think it's important to note that while he was thinking these thoughts, again, he was career boot. The man never saw combat. He wrote a lot about it. He certainly seemed to think, he, like so many people, thought to himself, well, it's, you know, dulce et decorum est. It is good and proper. It is what a man does. It is what separates the men from the boys, etc., etc., etc. But he never did it. And if you were to ask me, not by virtue of who wrote what book and whose thing was adapting whose, but just which of these two men do I value the opinion of more based on their life experiences on war, on death, on violence? Paul Verhoeven. Without question, without doubt, without hesitation, Paul Verhoeven has certainly the more experience-driven opinion on the subject. And I think he read Starship Troopers and just scoffed at it. Ooh. Wave 0. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the Stormchasers. I hope you don't mind. I don't want to say that we're in a particularly deep conversation. We are just ranting about sci-fi authors and adaptations of films done in the 90s. But it maybe is a little bit heavy. And you know, you can always ping me and let me know to move on if it's a bit much. But I read a lot of Heinlein growing up, and then later I discovered Paul Verhoeven, so I developed some opinions on the subject. Stop talking about depressing stuff. Make fart jokes. Talk about Star Wars. You're wrecking my evening. I'm gonna wreck his evening more. Anything I can do. And you know, you're absolutely right, Datron Voltari. There are elements of the book of Starship Troopers that are not touched on at all in the movie. And I don't think that the fact that Verhoeven did such a good breakdown and essentially... what's the word I'm looking for? I don't think that Paul Verhoeven's version of Starship Troopers, while it is very dismissive of the content of Starship Troopers, I don't think it invalidates Starship Troopers as a book. I still think people should read Starship Troopers. I think that all of these perspectives need to be taken into account simultaneously, because there was some very interesting writing about the concept of federal service in Starship Troopers, and one of the things people definitely miss out on that you hit on is the notion of federal service in Starship Troopers was that not that everybody has to go be infantry, but that everybody has to serve. And that's, you have a right to serve. It is absolutely your right, because that is how you acquire franchise and that is how you acquire the vote. And that service doesn't have to be military service. It can be civil service. You could be a mailman. You could be any number of things. In fact, in the context of the book Starship Troopers, it's noted that them trying to find jobs for everybody, for everyone who wants to serve, is a massive burden. There are simply more people who want to serve, who want to acquire franchise, who want to acquire their full rights as a citizen, than there are actual jobs that need doing. That's why they have the... In fact, that they go into that dude, so you remember when they go in Starship Troopers, he goes in to get recruited, and there's the dude at the desk who's, missing both legs and missing his arm. And this is a funny one to me because they take the same character in the book and in the movie, and they take it in two completely different directions. It's treated as ironic in the movie when he reaches up and he says, "Good for you, mobile infantry made me the man I am today." And he shakes his hand and he pushes back from the desk and he's missing both his legs, and you go, oh shit. Like this, maybe this wasn't a good idea. But in the book, that was the point. In the book, he is there at the desk missing both his legs with this clunky mechanical arm. And they meet up with him later, and he's got a nice prosthetic arm that looks, like a human arm, and he's got nice prosthetic legs. And they're like, well, why are you wearing these now? And he's talking to, I think he's talking to Johnny Rico in the book. I can't remember. Yeah, Clancy Brown. That was his dad in the book, too. That was a weird one. And he tells him, like, oh, well, I just wear that for the desk. I wear that to scare people. They put me at the desk to scare people away from federal service. That's why we give you a 24-hour grace period where you can say, no, I changed my mind, I don't want to serve. They're trying to scare people away from the service because, frankly, it's a burden finding something for everybody to do, and the fewer people go in for service, the better off they are. He is there specifically to make you rethink the commitment that you're about to make. Which I think is interesting. I fundamentally disagree with Heinlein's idea of, like, I appreciate the supposedly meritocratic nature of giving the vote to people who have served. I appreciate it. I think it's wrong, fundamentally. I don't think it's compatible with the values of, with my values, my personal values, as far as they relate to democracy. I don't think it's a valid perspective. I think it's an interesting perspective. But again, I have to know, it was a perspective that was written by somebody who thought a lot of his own service, but who didn't serve during a time of war, who didn't ever see with his own eyes how bad it got. I'm reminded of the poetry of Wilfred Owen. I mentioned it earlier. Dulce et decorum est pro patria mori. Wilfred Owen makes me so sad. He was a poet who served in World War I. And if you read his poetry, you can follow the death of his youth. You can follow the death of his hope. You can follow his mind as it moves away from marveling at the beauty of the natural world and turns that same marvel to the horrors that he witnesses and to the bitterness that he feels at the way people conned him into believing it. And he died... I don't want to say exactly because I can't remember. It was like a couple of months to a week before Armistice Day. Wilfred Owen died. He never saw the end of that war. And I always try to think of artists like him. Artists who didn't go in intending to praise military service. Artists who were artists beforehand and then went and saw and learned. And I think his experience should be remembered. I think that I think Lord of the Rings is an excellent read for people curious about the effect that war has on the mind. Many of the lessons in Lord of the Rings are taken directly from Tolkien's experiences in war. The Dead Marshes were something that he saw. They were shell craters full of dead men. Ugh. But again, I'm not saying disregard Heinlein. I'm saying take Heinlein with a grain of salt. That's all. That grain of salt may take the form of Paul Verhoeven. And that's okay. I'm going to put a wee bit of magenta into this highlight I was using to move over into the middle. Pose that very question to my students when I teach civics, the answers would scare people. Such a slippery slope to... Oh wait, I missed the question. Should people have to pass a citizenship test to vote? Oh man.
Look, I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
I appreciate how... What's the word I'm looking for? Specious that notion is. And that's what it seems to be to me. It seems very specious. It seems like you look at it and you say to yourself, well, yeah, that makes sense. You should have to pass a citizenship test to vote. I would caution against that I also understand on its face the original concept that the Founding Fathers of the United States had when they wrote that only landowners should be able to vote. Don't do it, you don't want... Alright, I won't get into a long thing on it, Hathrear. I won't. I'm just gonna say, I get it. On its face, it makes a certain amount of sense. But I still think it's wrong. And that's why I call it specious. It's when you first hear it, it's very tempting to go, yeah, that's a good idea. But the reality of it is more complex than that. Hey, Demolition Man, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the Stormchasers. And speaking of more lighthearted barbs on society that tickle me pink, how about Demolition Man? I love that fucking movie. Also, it may end up being, you know, very indicative of the future. I'm still waiting for the franchise wars and for Taco Bell to become the only restaurant. And earlier this year, we had people having to learn how to use the 3 seashells. I knew in my heart of hearts that one day I'd have the opportunity for that meme. I'd have the opportunity, it would be relevant and it would be funny again, and then 2020 happened, and I'm not saying that that this makes coronavirus worth it. I'm just saying it was a good time for the 3 seashells memes. To misquote Heinlein, and then I'll shut up about him, I swear, you and me both, Datron. Democracy is a terrible political system. Its only strength is that it's better than everything else humanity has ever come up with. I would also note, Datron Voltari, my last remark on Robert Heinlein, Stranger in a Strange Land. It's a very different book than anything that he wrote before it. It had a lot of very new age, progressive politics worked into it. It had some more advanced concepts on the nature of consciousness, the concepts of individuality versus collectivism, things that you would not have thought Robert Heinlein himself believed in, but he apparently did there towards the end. And it's interesting. It's interesting to see how the man changed over time, you know? Interesting to see how his opinions morphed. It also included a character who was an older gentleman who was wise and witty and clever and sarcastic and sardonic, and all the young ladies thought he was the best and constantly hung around with him even though he was a sexist pig and made jokes about how much they wanted to bang him and he was the greatest dude ever and you should totally wish you were like him. And all I can say is, Jesus Christ, Heinlein, how many self-inserts do you have to write, dude? I mean, to be fair, he did the same thing in, like, Time Enough for Love, and basically anything that included Lazarus Long was all like, yeah, I get it, man. You're basically just writing yourself into the book and you think you're awesome. One self-insert per book. But they were all the same self-insert. They were all the same dude. Now, I don't want to use this highlight quite for this purple band, but I do want it to be, I think, right in here. This particular magenta highlight I'm putting down right now, so I'm just going to keep going with it. And then I'll fill in the middle. Actually, it kind of works. It kind of works for the purple section. Maybe I'll use this very magenta purple for the purple section, and then I'll go to more of a pink for the magenta section. Maybe I'll do... yeah, I'll skip right here, and I'll do sort of a mid-tone between that and the icy violet. I like the thug. If I can talk about Battletech briefly on this stream where we're painting Battletech miniatures, I know that probably shocks and appalls you, but I think I might do it a little bit, you know? Just to mix things up. The thug is one of my favorites. I'm not well endowed enough to self-insert, lol. The thug is a fantastic fucking mech. It's one of my favorite visual designs. I like, and it's rare for me. I don't usually like the reverse jointed, like digitigrade legs on a mech, but the thug has often or always had that, and I've always kind of liked the look of it. It has a great combination of dedicated weapon arms and still having fists. And I confess, when I started to concept this one out for Sentient Pickle, I was tempted to do my own sculpt of the Thug, because I'm not the biggest fan of even this modified, because this is the Thug was or was not in MechWarrior Online. It wasn't, because this is a kit bash of multiple parts from other mechs to make a Thug. Yeah, so it was not in MWO. Anyway, I found myself tempted to do my own version of it, but I didn't want to get too distracted from my current run of mechs that I'm working on. I may still do it, because I've got some fun ideas for some visual changes to the Thug. This cockpit glass, Sentient Pickle, I'm just going to tell you right now, this cockpit glass is not going to be the most impressive thing I've ever done. It's so fucking tiny. It's so small. The reason we never saw it, they introduced the Hatamotochi. Oh, is that really why it happened? I didn't know that. Yeah, the head. The head is kind of off, right? I'll tell you, this is one where I really like Bishop Steiner's art. Bishop Steiner, love him, hate him, whatever you might do. The guy has some really, really good art out there, and some of my favorite art that he's done is his redesign of the Thug, and I'm very tempted to just take his art and make that. The only thing that stops me is, I don't know, I'm kind of... Like, I realize that right now I'm making mechs based on other people's designs because I'm making, the Dugram and the Round Facer and everything from Fang of the Sun Dugram, but that's... In a way, I mean, that's me kind of making a little shrine to my love of those shows and to the impact that they've had on my life. That is what that is, fundamentally. And as much as I like Bishop Steiner's art, he didn't have a huge impact on my life, and I don't want to spend that much time making shit that he did. I'd kind of rather come up with my own version of it. But the problem is I'm completely and totally untalented when it comes to reimagining things. So I might need to outsource that.
Will somebody else please have my imagination for me? I'd appreciate that.
I'm a very lazy artist. I really am. If something takes me too long to come up with, or I sit down to do a sketch and it doesn't come to me immediately, I'll just give the fuck up on it. Things really have to flow very easily for me to get excited about them, and it probably doesn't speak volumes. I mean, it does speak volumes, but probably not in a good way about me as a person. But, whatever, it's true. I'm a lazy artist and I have a hedonistic work ethic. You know what? Sue me. Or don't, because I don't have that much money. Specs between the classic Hatamotochi and the Thug are identical. Double SRM6s, yeah. Double PVCs, yeah. Just has single heat sinks, but even that has identical armor. I didn't realize it had an identical armor allocation. I hadn't looked at them that closely, I confess. Like, I knew that they were both pretty much the same armament-wise, but I hadn't compared their spec sheets. Though, to be fair, the Hatamotochi has interested me so little that I've very rarely looked closely at it. I think it's funny. You might think that that would be the opposite for me. All the shit that I talk about mechs and how much I like the more humanoid mechs and the more flashy mechs, you would think that something like the Hatamotochi that is as visually distinct as it is would attract me, but for whatever reason, it just doesn't. Soul Searching 101 with Professor Thunderhead. No, that's insane. If you do a Thug, it has to have the call sign Thud. Just popping in to say... Hell. Just popping in to say hell. What's up, Steiner Miniatures? I know, it's hello, But come on, it was funny. How you doing, Steiner? Oh, looks like we already got that shout-out, Project Dark Fox. Thank you so much for taking care of that for me. And yes, that is what people call the Thunderbolt. Should make that kind of an awkward. I'm going to be having... So the Thunderbolt is on my list. The Thunderbolt was originally the Ironfoot. I believe Ironfoot. I'm pretty sure Thunderbolt was Ironfoot. And, hail Satan. I'm pretty sure that Thunderbolt was Ironfoot and Battlemaster was, Bigfoot in Dugram. You just can't get it right today, Steiner. Hake Satan. Hake Satan. You know what? Satan knows what's in your heart. He understands, man. You don't have to spell it right. That was one of the better lines from that Constantine that they did with Keanu Reeves. When What's-Her-Face is like, I don't believe in the devil. He says, well, you should. He believes in you. It's a good one. I like that. What you up to, Steiner? Just stopping in for a minute, but how you been, man? How are things? Sign my ETS and DD214. Fuck yes! Fucking... Oh, that's exciting, man! Steiner. Welcome back, bro. Welcome back to the wonderful fucking land of being a civilian. Just for a moment here, just for a second, I am living vicariously through Steiner. I'm siphoning some of that excitement off of you to relive my own happiness, because that was one of the best days of my life. That was another one of those where I can picture everything that was around me, and the smells, and the who I was talking to, and I remember that whole day. I remember how it felt. I remember it's impossible to describe. It's a weight that is lifted. It's a possibility that just washes over you like a wave. What's up, Roland? So yes, congratulations. Fucking take some time to celebrate, my man, and welcome to the Brotherhood. You know, it's different for everybody, Roland, and that's something that I was kind of thinking just now when I was talking about that. It's not the same for everybody. There are people who don't experience that relief when they get out. But that's very much an individual thing. And Steiner sounds relieved, and I was picking up that energy from him. You know? But I'll tell you, Roland, I will make no qualms about it. I was not made to be in the military like I thought I was growing up. I really did. And I have a very strong sense of... I don't even want to say that sentence. I don't want to say the sentence to you, I have a very strong sense of civic duty. That just sounds so self-congratulatory, doesn't it? It just sounds so easy to say, I have a strong sense of civic duty. And I mean, while I feel that it's true, I don't like saying it. But that's definitely why I joined. And I was disillusioned very quickly, and I did not get along at all with the nuts and bolts, with the cogs, if you will. It was not the job for me. I'm glad that I went and I did it, but man, I was a one-term guy, and I am in no way ashamed of that. I think more people need to be honest about that. I think more people need to be open with folk who are like, no, I served a little bit and I don't belong here. No one should be made to feel bad about that, because there are people that are made for military service and there are people that are not made for military service, and you can't really know until you get in there and you start doing it. He was just here. Binary, I think, is another good example. I think he'd probably tell you the same thing. Fucking Binary Shield, one of the best men that I know. Stand-up guy, fantastic father, really, like, I would trust this man with my life. Not made for the service. I don't think he would disagree with me, and Binary Shield, if you hear that and you do disagree with me, please feel free to tell me to go fuck myself. But I think I'm pretty much on the money with that one, man. Absolutely, Steiner. Hey, Soulsworn. No, don't be jelly. Don't be jelly, come on. There's no need to be jelly. Unless you're gelling like a felon. Unless you're like mud gelling, you're so gelling. Need to do this paint scheme on a Vapor Eagle. Ooh, that would look interesting. The only problem with that is that technically, if you're looking at around 30, 50, and you want to get like really into the nitty-gritty, the truth of it is that the Vapor Eagle sucks ass and looks stupid. So I don't know that I'm sorry. That was mean. It doesn't really suck ass. I was just being funny. I'm not a huge fan of the Vapor Eagle, though. That much is true. I mostly just wanted to lead you into that one. That's all. How you doing, Kursala? Good to see you, man. Oh, and Pondburn. I just read your, Oh my god, yeah, Fort Hood. Well, dude, if Fort Hood only killed your moto, you got out pretty well, because Fort Hood will just straight up kill you, also. I think, okay, I don't want to say, I think it's funny, all these revelations coming out about Fort Hood. I don't think it's funny. I think it's fucking tragic, because anybody who's been in, who has been stationed at, near, or around, or who knows anybody who has been stationed at, near, or around Fort Hood knows, that place is fucking dangerous. So dangerous. I'll take a look at that version, Samare, absolutely. If I'm gonna do it. I doubt that I will, but yeah, definitely. I like a lot. I'm gonna be doing at least one version of the mechs from Operation Lancaster in the form of that new and updated Raven, because the Raven that you have in there for the Thunder Chicken, it's very much like the PGI MWO Raven, but it's different enough that the more I looked at it, the more I was like, I want to try my hand at this. I need a transition color now. So I'm going to take some of my Icy Violet and a little bit of this purple I mixed up. My camera is shaking around. Is it stuttering? What's it doing? Was it physically shaking? Oh, I see it. I think that might be my Ender 3 doing that. Hang on. Yeah, it's getting to a point where it's just going back and forth really, really quickly, and I think that's causing it to shake. Well, the problem is that where my Ender 3 is, but where both of my Ender 3s are, they're kind of connected to the shelving system that everything else is connected to. I haven't had that problem before, though. Yeah, because, like, if I look up and to my left, I'm looking directly at the printer right now. It's just a few feet away. I'm pretty sure it's the printer doing that. What's up, Scud24? It's a mid-size print. That is one of the Imperial... What's it called? Imperial Resettlement Camp prefab structures from Star Wars Rebels that is printing up there right now. Oh, I forgot to run Beat You To It, Machine God. Yeah, no, okay. Actually, Hethrir, I think you're right on the money, because that's the new printer that's doing it, and I haven't put the motion dampening feet on the new printer. I have the motion dampening feet on the old printer, and I've never had that issue with it. So I think this is the strongest argument for actually printing those out. In the meantime, guys, I apologize if there's any camera shake. We'll try to get that fixed by next time. Using that print for Legion. It is for Legion, Soulsworn. I'm printing up more of my Lothal Moisture Farm table because the guys at the Las Vegas Open want to use it for expanding for new tables for 2021, and use the Lothal Moisture Farm for the stream table for next year, which is very exciting to me, and it's incredibly validating, and it means a lot, because I really just made the table for myself, and they liked it well enough that they want to use it. I'm excited as shit. They also want me to run. I don't want to say I'm going to run, because everything as far as big events is still kind of up in the air right now. Whether it's going to happen or not is questionable. Whether it's going to have to be delayed again, it's kind of one of those nobody knows scenarios. But they want me to run the painting competition for Las Vegas Open for Star Wars Legion in 2021, which is a cool idea, and I'm very, very tempted by it. I mean, I could get into the con for free at that point, which, I mean, that's something, right? Flying to Vegas isn't terribly expensive. Dude, fuck yeah. Yeah, Hethrir, if I'm going, like, I'm gonna say right now, I'm at, like, 75%, I'm gonna be there. I mean, like, basically, if it goes off when it's supposed to go off, I plan on being there, I do. The question right now is just, will it? January's not that far off, and things are still, yeah, so it's kind of a wait-and-see scenario. I've been coming up with some interesting ways to kind of, not rank, but, judge and run a painting competition for Star Wars Legion. I want to have categories. I want to have, there's so many heroes in it that I want to have a hero category. I want to have an overall squad category. I'd like to give people awards based on not just technical ability, but concepts and ambition as well. I'd like to have an award that can go out to somebody who had a really, really high-minded concept for a unit, maybe didn't pull it off as much as they were hoping to, but, were willing to really try something crazy. And I'd like to give awards to people who are like, you may not have, and I'm not, obviously you don't say this isn't like written on the award, I don't want to be like, you may not have the most active imagination, you may have gone for the most boring paint scheme ever, but, acknowledge when people have put a lot of effort into it and pulled off some really technically difficult stuff. It's a good color, but that's a bit much of it. Either way, it sounds like a lot of fun, and it would be great to have, if anybody from the stream is interested in going to LVO, and I'll make sure I let you know well ahead of time if I'm going to be there and when I'm going to be there. It would be a great time to meet up with some people. They've run a painting competition a few times, but it's my understanding that they're so busy running the tournament itself, they feel like they're not really able to devote the time to it that they want to make it good. And I would not be playing in the tournament, nor would I be judging the tournament, which would be nice and a change of pace for me at an FFG event. So I will have the opportunity to focus entirely on the painting contest, which is good, because I'm terrible at the game. I'll probably bring my miniatures. If people want to actually hang out and play, I'd be happy to. Oh, Coral, this is for Sentient Pickle. I need to thin this a bit more. It's just a wee bit thick.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 5.
Why is it always
Thunderhead
Chapter 5?
smiled as he held two brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for two brushes. One paint pot.
God, Catacarmine is such a weird guy. Well, like I said, I'll probably bring my models. I don't plan on playing in the actual tournament, but if somebody wants to do some pickup games or something like that, I'd totally be down. Loved LVO last time I went, even if it was full of War Machine neckbeards. Oh, the Kirk Awards, Commendations for Original Thinking. I'll call that the Kobayashi Maru Award, right? bonus points if you, like, you know, find a way to completely subvert the scoring category. Like, you thought you gave me an F, but I snuck in and I wrote A, and then you read it out loud, and I'll be like, wow, you thought outside the box. Also, security. 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 How to be good at Legion. Operative Vader on Commander Vader, and as many Shore Troopers as you can cram in. Congratulations, you're good at Legion. That's kind of how the meta goes in a lot of FFG games. As much as I enjoy how crunchy their games are, it also means that there tend to be like, oh no, this is how you win kind of strategies. They cycle through them pretty regularly, and they do try to correct them with new releases, but it's the truth. Should be the award for, I see where you're going with it. You didn't quite pull it off, but I see what you had in mind. I admit, I always find it a little funny when, and I know we have some people in this chat who have said this, so if you're one of those people, please do not take offense. I'm just chuckling at the, I'm just personally humored by the notion. You will often hear people say that, Legion is Hero Hammer. It's Hero Hammer. It's all about the heroes. And it's not that you're wrong. It's just that every time I hear that, I think to myself, well, it is Star Wars. And Star Wars is kind of, you know, entirely about the exploits of, like, a very specific group of, like, 5 people. So it's not entirely surprising that it would be largely based on heroes, considering the entire saga is largely based on heroes. I'm not saying that that's like some brilliant design choice on the part of FFG. I'm just saying that of all the war games that could be that way, it's the one that makes the most sense to me. Also, I don't think I dislike that gameplay style as much as some people do. In 28mm, I appreciate small model counts. If we get down to 6mm, 15mm, then I start to be more interested in having things like tanks and platoons of infantry. I just feel like at 28mm, by the time you get to a table size that's big enough to accommodate anything that would be a realistic combat force, like, it's getting to be ridiculous. With the exception of maybe Bolt Action. I feel like Bolt Action handles it pretty well. But then Bolt Action also, in my experience, winds up with some pretty big tables. I think nature just called me fat. I'll tell you, I'll make up for it by gently sipping at my beer. How about that? Did I get my clip? Did you get your clip, Cat? Was there a clip? I missed it. What happened? So what should I do if I want some mechs that don't have 3D prints or new redesigns coming? Well, I'll tell you what I'd do. I would commission Project Dark Fox to do a drawing of the mech that you're interested in having made, and then I would shop that drawing around to one of the numerous suggestible, often bored 3D modelers that hang around in the Discord, and I think eventually you'll probably con one of them into making it for you. That's my thinking, anyway. I realize I'm a little biased suggesting my own mod for a commission, but Dark Fox has done some pretty great reimaginings of mechs. Has a real good eye for detail, in my opinion. A vivid mind when it comes to adding their own flair. You could definitely do a whole lot worse than getting Dark Fox's imagination on your project, I'll tell you that much. I'm going to take this highlight I've been using and mix in a bit more magenta, and then move over onto the magenta side. And then after that, I'll remember that I should have highlighted the undercarriage parts first, and then I'll do them while cursing and calling myself stupid for not doing them earlier. That's my plan. Thunderhead accepts payments on his OnlyFans. Interestingly enough, I do accept payment in the form of full frontal nudity, but only from like 3 people, so that might not do you any good. Business question, I definitely don't have an answer then. What sells better, 6mm, 15mm?
Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
It's an important rule.
Your genitals. Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't do it. I don't want to see your cash and prizes. What sells better, 6, 15, or 28? So, I mean, most of what I sell is 6mm. So it's hard for me to rate them against one another. I sell very little 28mm in the form of Star Wars Legion, which is actually 35mm, but let's be honest, it's 28mm, nobody cares. On OnlyFans, WJ, not here. Look, it's all about context, okay? Gosh. We have done pretty well with the 28mm Star Wars sales. But I can't say that I have enough of a comparison to give any meaningful data on that. Flavalicious might be the better man to ask, but again, part of the issue is that we sell so little of the 28mm scale stuff that it's just hard to compare the two. I will say that we have sold more of the 28mm than I expected, and I would say that I think as far as wargaming goes in general, there is more of a market for 28mm than there is for 16 or 15. It's just the more common scale. There are more war games in that scale, and thus more people looking for things that fit. Now, conversely, it's also a very oversaturated scale. There are lots and lots and lots and lots of people making terrain for 28mm sci-fi generic, making terrain for Star Wars specifically, making terrain for Warhammer 40k specifically. Lots of people. So it's difficult to break into because there's a lot of competition. 6mm, I think, is easier to sell in, even though it's a smaller market, because there's just not as much saturation. There really aren't that many people making terrain for it, so it's a lot more focused, if that makes sense. Smaller pond, fewer fish. I have very little Hethrir. It's all for Star Wars. I do plan to make more 28mm scale terrain. I'm gradually expanding what I work on and what is for sale. Kind of as on an, as I want to have it myself basis. But it's kind of how all my design goes. It doesn't get made unless it's something that I personally want to own. I think that's actually one of my strengths, because I feel like that means I don't make any products that I'm not proud of to a degree. I don't make anything that I'm not confident in, because ultimately the person that I'm trying to please by making it is me, and I have probably unreasonably high standards for my own shit a lot of the time. That sounds arrogant as I say it out loud. It sounds like I'm saying I make the best things ever. I don't. I'm just very, very hard on myself. My camera keeps flashing. I don't know why it's doing that. Don't die on me, C920. It is real difficult for me to get a new one of you right now. That will cost me money that I don't want to spend. Not from North America, so way fewer indie producers. Well, that could actually work in your favor, Sam Calderon. What are you interested in producing, out of curiosity? When are you gonna make me an OD green Merc mech now that I'm freelance? Well, if you're freelance, then you're just gonna get snapped up by the Stormchasers, and then you're gonna pilot a purple mech, and you're gonna like it. It still hasn't gotten here. White Wolf, actually, thank you for reminding me. I need to ping that guy via email. I haven't gotten shipping info from him yet. But there's been a lot going on. He told me it would be a little bit. Just a Battletech fan. I know how that goes. Might be the printer jiggling connections somewheres. Jiggling it all around. Actually, thank you for reminding me of that, White Wolf. I'm gonna get an email off to him after the stream. Don't even worry about it, Steiner. Yeah, getting things shipped lately has been a bit of a challenge. It seems like for everybody. Steiner, you celebrate all you want, my man. Fucking down one for me. And you know what? Just to add to it, here's one for you, Steiner. Well, welcome. Welcome to the wide world of 3D modeling and printing, Sam. It is an exciting time.
You've taken your first steps into a larger world. Not so clumsy or random as a blaster. A more elegant printer for a more civilized game.
Much appreciated, Steiner. I need to go to a much lighter highlight for my magenta here. Much lighter. I just want to get a little quick layer down on a few spots. Couple of spots that didn't quite get sprayed when I was doing my gradients. I just want to put this pink in there. There. I can move on to a proper highlight. Argentina. Oh, no shit. Well, that's pretty cool. Thanks for joining us. It's always exciting. I mean, really, guys. This sounds so fucking 1999 when I say it, but it's really still to this day. I was Ewan McGregor impressed. What? Not saying I don't love Ewan McGregor, but I was not doing a Ewan McGregor Soulsworn. I was doing a bad Alec Guinness. Thank you. I think it's amazing that platforms like Twitch are, and that's why I'm saying, like, before I even say this, I know this sounds just like so fucking 1999, but I think it's really cool the way platforms like Twitch are able to bring people together from such far-flung and disparate locations. So Sam, welcome from the North American continent. And we're happy to have you with us.
It's incredible, you guys. Computers are connecting the whole world. You can get on the World Wide Web and meet people from Korea. And then they can steal your credit card information and turn out that they were actually Russian the whole time. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo!
Was that Tigger? Like, the voice wasn't, but was the laugh? I feel like that might have been Tigger. Krusty the Clown. Krusty the fucking Clown. Awesome. Good to know that's the energy I'm bringing to the table. I'm just trying to gently nudge this icy violet towards magenta on my color palette here. Howdy, howdy, folks. Looks like we've got Chaotic Harmony. There goes the stream. What's up, Chaotic? How you doing, man? Good to see you. I hope we got a shout out for Chaotic. We did, in fact. For those of you who might be wondering, Chaotic Harmony is that weird voice that plays periodically on the stream and is often criticizing me. That's him. That voice that haunts your dreams. That voice that... In my head, I just started singing
There's something
Phantom of the
about
Opera.
mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
In sleep he sang to me, in dreams he came. That voice which calls to me and speaks my name. Except it's chaotic. It's not Phantom. It's not the Phantom of the Opera. It's the chaotic of the harmony. Dude, Gerard Butler was tits in that movie. That was one of the first places I really saw Gerard Butler. Voice slut of the opera. There we go. There it is. I think that might be your next great work after 50 Shades. Voice slut of the opera. Fund it, baby. Now, to be fair, a lot of people's first Gerard exposure was 300. But myself and Scotty Hartman, we were all about Phantom when it came out. Yeah, Hethry remembers. I love that movie. Don't be jelly. I did see it a lot of times. It's true. No, this isn't quite doing what I wanted to do. I'm going to try mixing in just a spot of Ghost Gray. Timeline. That was... Who directed Timeline? I remember that movie. That was the one where there was, like, an assassination shooting, and then it would go back and replay the same events from the perspective of different characters over and over and over, right? That movie was really quite good. I feel like it was directed by somebody I should remember. Oh no, a completely different one? What's the one I'm thinking of? There was one with Gerard Butler where I swear that happened 100 bits! Papa Bear had to look up because of the singing. Well, it's the last time you're ever going to hear it. It's never going to happen again, but thank you for those 100 biddies, Papa Bear. What was that movie called? Vantage Point. That's the movie I'm thinking of. Oh, I forgot I had some of these too. Why don't you just, shake your pockets out, and I'll gather up whatever falls out, Chaotic Harmony. Thank you. Timeline is Michael Crichton. Oh, okay. No, I don't think I saw it. I don't think I read it either. I have read surprisingly little Michael Crichton. I got really into the Jurassic Park books. If I'm being completely honest, if I can confess something to you fine people, I only read the Jurassic Park books so that I could criticize the movies. That's my edgelord confession of the day. I read those books so that I would know where they deviated from the movies, and I would be able to, maintain my identity as an edgelord by being that guy anytime somebody was like, I really like the Jurassic Park movies, and I'll be like, they were good, but they deviated from the books. And then they'd think I was cool, and they'd want to date me. Right? Right? Isn't that how that works? I was told that there'd be pussy, okay? That's all I'm saying. Maybe I was steered wrong. Used up all my remaining bits, paying me to make me asphyxiate myself. And it damn near worked. That segment on Dead Space with the fucking, with the putting the SOS beacon on the asteroid nearly killed me. That was ridiculous. Hey, what's up, Hardy? How you doing? Stream keeps freezing for minutes at a time. I haven't had any other complaints to that particular effect. You might try refreshing your window or giving it some time to buffer. I'm sorry to hear that. Actually, this is a new thing that we're trying on stream today. Periodically, I'm just freezing in place for several minutes and stopping all music, and the chat is going silent. It's an artistic choice. I think it's really going to make a splash. I think in a few weeks' time, you're going to see all the major streamers kind of riffing on my idea. Sentient Pickle. Girl Geek, are you there? If so, did I leave my phone downstairs? Don't use my chat for your domestic issues to check and see if you left your phone down. Sentient Pickle, you lazy bastard. Come on. What you get? What you got, bass, mid, treble? What you got? Well, obviously, it's in the hind section. I mean, this isn't even really a question. Come on. Centaur has all the anatomy of a horse from the waist down. And I'm sorry, but a horse with a man's dick growing out of its chest, that's ridiculous, okay? That's just silly. I won't even entertain the notion. Therefore, I think you know. You know, Soulsworn, I would try to use them up. I'm bad about getting new paints before I've actually used up the paints that I have, but if I can give you a do as I say, not as I do moment, I would say do try to use them up, just because I feel bad when I don't. I mean, I'm about to do it again. I just ordered a bunch of those monument paints, the Pro Acryl. I ordered their starter set, and I'm going to wind up setting aside some of my Reaper and some of my Vallejo and just not use
99 bottles of paint on the wall, 99 bottles of paint. Take one down, shake it
real right
around.
now.
150 bottles of paint on the wall.
Too real. I feel attacked. I don't think I've done a single plug for the Storm Report this stream, but I would like to go ahead and do one because I know we've probably got at least one or two new people here in the chat. So let me just go ahead and let you know, towards the end of every stream, we do a bit called the Storm Report, which is an audience share segment where people who post pictures on the Discord can have their pictures shown on the stream. And we'll take a look at what you're working on, and we'll talk about it a little bit. And it's really just kind of a cool way for the whole community to sort of keep up on what everybody's doing and you know, show off their progress on a regular basis. And it's been an excellent bit. It really has. It's one of my favorite bits on the stream. I like to encourage people to show their work because I know that it can be a little daunting getting out there on the internet and sharing your stuff when you see all the work other people are doing. But this is a really, really good spot to do it, particularly if you're a little self-conscious about sharing in general. And if you have anything that you've worked on recently creatively, anything that you're particularly proud of, a model you've painted, a painting that you've done, some cross-stitch that you've done, we got people who do woodworking and share it on there. Anything creative at all that you've done that you're feeling proud of and you'd like to maybe get some eyes on or maybe a little bit of commentary on, I'd love it if you felt like sharing it with us. And it's really, really easy to do. All you have to do is jump over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access by hitting !Discord in the chat, or by looking at the buttons there beneath my beardy, alluring face. Go over into the Discord, go into the channel marked #The Storm Report, and post up to 2 pictures. Actually, we didn't do a stream on Sunday, so for today, it is up to 3 pictures. Plus, you can post a 4th as long as that 4th picture is of tacos, because baby, it's Taco Tuesday, you better believe it. I love Taco Tuesday. Vallejo Primer doesn't taste good, NB Toby. It may not say anywhere on the bottle that you're not supposed to consume the primer. It may not actually be toxic enough to require a warning. So I'm just going to say don't drink the primer because you really want it for the actual models. I'm going to say don't drink the primer, not because it's bad for you, which it is, and that's a good reason not to do it, but don't drink the primer because, man, you need it. That's a waste of perfectly good primer. And I agree. I find that Citadel or Games Workshop primer actually tastes much better, you know, as long as we're eating it. How you doing, NB Toby? It's good to see you. Oops. That's what I meant to do. Oh, I'm gonna have to fix that later, apparently. Whoopsie daisy. Painting, finally. Hey, man. And you know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're painting your magnum fucking opus as long as you're putting paint on a mini. Just getting started, man. That's half the battle. The other half is knowing, according to Duke. But at least Null Oil gives you the power of Duncan Rhodes if you drink it. Is that how that works? I summoned the power of Duncan! If that were true, I would buy some. I invoke the name of Duncan Rhodes. Rise. Awaken. What's Duncan doing these days? Is he doing videos for anybody again? Look what Fumbles did to the Joes. Oh. Fumbles.
Great job, Trouser Snake.
It's Fumbles. It was always Fumbles. Why would you want to be an average hobbyist painter? Why wouldn't you want to be an average hobbyist painter? Being a fantastic hobbyist painter comes with all these expectations and there's this general expectation of people that you're going to produce things on a regular basis. And then if you have like an off month or you're just not really feeling it, people are going to be like, oh, whatever happened to him? Oh, what do you do? Where'd that guy go? That's exactly what they sound like. Not that I know, I've never been anything but an average hobbyist painter. Not all these highlights are going to need to be cleaned up, but that's okay. It'll take some time to do that later. Just hitting edges at the moment. And some over here. Can't forget this part of the foot, which I've been ignoring up until now. And I mean, really, if you think about it, average hobbyist painter would indicate that you're right at the medium. Or the mode. Or the mean. Or one of those other words that I forgot what they meant the moment that I stopped taking math classes. It means that you're at least above half of the hobbyist painters, right? So, I mean, shit, I can think of worse places to be. Assuming that you're trying to be better than anyone in the first place, which I think is a mistake when it comes to hobby painting. You shouldn't be trying to be better than anyone unless that person is you. And even in that case, you should only be trying to beat yourself if really becoming better as a painter is honestly one of your goals. I think that there's a tendency with the online competitive atmosphere for that to just become a goal by default, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. Sometimes people forget what it's like to just paint for fun. I've been guilty of that. As long as you're having fun, you're doing it right. going to start blocking in my lightning bolt now, I think. It's true, clearly you just never thought to drink it. It's true. It never occurred to me to try slugging Nuln Oil and invoking the name of Duncan Rhodes, but, you know there's a first time for everything, right? Yes, Soulsworn. Beat yourself. Beat yourself as hard as you beat your... You know, never mind. We're just going to stop that thought right there. Remember I said that we turn your shame into more shame? Well, there you go. Remember, don't do it too often, you'll go blind. Or get hairy palms, or, you know, one of those other claims. So I beat Horizon Zero Dawn.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray.
I love this book.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Okay, no, I haven't beaten Frozen Wilds. I just started playing Frozen Wilds yesterday. I wanted to beat the game without doing the Frozen Wilds content because it's my understanding from just a couple of readings that Frozen Wilds is significantly harder than the base game. And if you go through Frozen Wilds and then go back and beat the main storyline, it's just going to be, like, laughably easy. Which I believe, because the end of the game was not particularly difficult. Like, the boss that I beat, I was thinking to myself, whoa, this is the first stage and what's going to be like 4 bosses. And it wasn't. It was just the one guy and you kill him and you win. I will say that, you know, bye-bye 360, that's very true. If you don't do it enough, you increase your chances for prostate cancer. I mean, you know, staying healthy with Thunderhead. I will say that I fucking love the story overall of Horizon Zero Dawn. Now, Kat knows my issues. Kat knows my issues with the story of Horizon Zero Dawn because I complained about them to her in Discord and maybe ruined a couple of plot points for her by pointing out that they don't actually make any sense in the grand context of the story. Like, there are a couple of things, and I don't want to say what they are because it's a great game and I know a lot of people haven't played it yet, and I really think that you should play Horizon Zero Dawn. It's a fantastic fucking game. It knows exactly what it is. It's basically a fantasy story with a sci-fi, you know, coat of paint, and it plays wonderfully. And I really, really enjoyed the story to the point that it might have sold me on a PlayStation 5. I'm still kind of contemplating that, but I think it sold me on a PlayStation 5 because I really want to play the sequel. I want to know what happens. So, to whatever marketing department out there, to the guys at Sony who originally bought, you know, Guerrilla Games and thought to themselves, hey, maybe if we do this, people will buy more PlayStations. Congratulations, you were right. You probably just sold one. You know, that's something. There are some set pieces throughout the game, very, very large set pieces, that you look at and you have a tendency to go, whoa, what is that? What does that mean? What does that say about the story? What happened? When is this going to be explained? And the truth is that a few of those have no explanation. And that was a little disappointing to me when I got to the end and I was like, wait a second. That doesn't make any sense. But, you know, I understand why they did it. It looks cool and it is compelling even if it doesn't actually pay off. If I sent you my legacy file, would you paint it up? Legacy of what? If it's a 3D scan of your junk, I'm going to be very upset, Steiner. And so that's the thing, Soulsworn. It actually does have a pretty good story. But it has a story that you need to exercise the suspension of disbelief to get through it. Many of the Word of Blake mech? You know, Steiner, I'll paint a mech for you, man. Send me the file. I won't guarantee that I'm going to do it immediately, but I will paint a mech for you, dude. You've been a fucking fantastic supporter of the stream. I love your stream. You're a real bro. I'll paint you a mech, man. I'll do it. Again, I'm not guaranteeing I'm going to do it immediately, but I'm down. There are a lot of really cool concepts in it. Fundamentally and ultimately, it is a fantasy storyline. It is a fantasy story with a sci-fi coat of paint slapped over top of it. And there's in fact a very specific line in the game that is just a big hand wave that tells me the idea of making robot dinosaurs came first, and then the justifications for the robot dinosaurs came after that. And I'm okay with that. Like, I get it. I understand. The robot dinosaurs are cool as shit, dude. I'm glad that they came up with a reason for them to exist. Oof. Keep an eye on that, Dark Fox. Yeah, and I don't think this is spoiling anything, so I'm just gonna say it. Everyone knows there are robot dinosaurs in the game, and I think anybody with a fucking working brainstem who plays the game for more than 5 minutes is gonna realize that somewhere behind the creation of the animalistic machines is an artificial intelligence. Like, that's not really a spoiler. So I'll just say that at a certain point in the game, you're listening to logs from this artificial intelligence sort of describing its motives, and at one point it says something along the lines of, I've been studying the extinction patterns on Earth, and it occurs to me, and I'm oh, hey puppy. I'm very much paraphrasing, but basically what the machine says is, I don't think dinosaurs got a fair shake. Like, they got wiped out by an asteroid. They didn't really get to, like, you know, stretch their legs on the planet. They didn't really have much of a chance. Maybe we'll give that another shot. Just like, okay, yeah, I get it. That's, you wanted to make robot dinosaurs. Fine, sure, whatever. Okay, yeah. But I appreciate that they gave me that hand wave. You know, that's something. Actually thin this a wee little bit more. All in all, though, I found it a lot of fun. I enjoyed Aloy as a character. I feared for her every time she tried to rappel down a cliff, because that woman leaps off of cliffs before she attaches her rope to any sort of secure point, and it frightened me a little bit every single time. And I'll admit, by the end of it, I was not as wowed by her tendency to leap off of cliffs. I was just kind of annoyed by it. I hope that they correct that a bit in the second game. But whatever, it's the story of Adventure Girl and the fucking Bluetooth of Destiny, you know? Wait, who's gonna kick me in the junk? Oh, wait, hold on. If you paint Steiner's mech before Sanguinius, I swear... No, I won't. I actually started to build Sanguinius the other day. I don't want to be like, I'm going to paint him tomorrow. That's not what I'm saying. But I started to build him the other day. I think that'll probably be the first Games Workshop / Forge World model that we paint on stream is going to wind up being Sanguinius. Don't drive Hethry over here just to kick me in the nuts, cat. That's bad mod behavior. Yeah, that does happen, Dark Fox. It doesn't happen often. It happens more with some companies than others, but sometimes you just get a spool that is tangled up. Puppy wants attention. Puppy wants attention. I think I should give the puppy a little bit of attention. It would be cool not to. HZD channeled that Assassin's Creed vantage point jump damn well. Yeah, that's what I kind of got from HZD. It doesn't actually do anything that a lot of other games haven't done yet. Like, it doesn't do anything that fresh. What Horizon Zero Dawn does are a bunch of tropes and a bunch of gameplay concepts from other games and properties, but it does them really, really well, and really well in a really refined way. The one thing it does poorly, in my opinion, are the climbing and movement mechanics. I was irritated with the climbing and movement mechanics more times than I can say. I kind of wish I'd streamed the game, but by the time I started playing it and realized I wanted to stream it, I was like 6 hours into it, and I'm like, I'm not going back. Fuck that, I'm not doing it. Winnie. Winnie. Come here. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Come here, come. Come to me. Puppy. Puppy, come. Yes. Yes, puppy. Yes, puppy, you are very pretty. Look at the peoples.
Greenie? Greenie, everyone in the world can see you. Ooh, oh no. Greenie, you smell. You need a bath. You stinky. You stinky poo-poo puppy. Snort, snort. Oh, snorty grunt snort. Oh, what are you doing? Stop it. Stop it. We talked about this. We talked about this. You're not supposed to wiggle worm when I'm holding you. Oh. Okay. There you go. Yeah, she's an Aussie. Yeah, she's crazy. She's smart to the point that it can be frustrating, because she knows with great detail what it is that's expected of her, and she can kind of think around problems. And we end up in a lot of situations where it's like, yes, technically, all I did was tell you to lie down. I very much didn't mean lie down and then low crawl across the floor. That's not the point. She's like, well, but my belly didn't leave the floor. I'm like, touche. But also no treats. Snurfles. Yeah, no, this dog, she snorts and grunts just constantly. It's ridiculous. You pick her up or you get her on your lap and it's just... She makes so many little vocalizations and sounds. It's ridiculous. Yeah, they skirt all the rules. Hang on 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Greenie.
Okay, fine. You can stay. Gwynny, go to your pillow. Go to your pillow. You're gonna get up the second that I turn around, but for the moment you're doing what you're supposed to. They learn the rules, they know the rules, and then they think around the rules. They're too clever for their own damn good. But, you can teach them to do essentially anything. Get on my... There we go. A little more white for my, not white, a little more water for my blue here. It's a little thick for what I'm doing. This is the outline of what's going to be a lightning bolt coming down across his chest here. And then I'm going to pick it up here on the inside of the leg and carry it kind of across. down into the foot. Give it a little jaggy in here. It is going to start sort of abruptly on the inside of his leg, but, you know, what are you going to do? It's not a real lightning bolt, it's painted on, for God's sake. Give me a break. I'm going to widen this out a little bit, because I'm going to do a couple of layers to build up the brightest center of the bolt, and I really just want this blue to be more of an aura around it than anything. And I went with a very different tone of blue. Really much more of a cyan than this deep blue that I've got over here. Alright, let's work on that a little bit more. 30 minutes. Jesus, yeah, okay, I guess it is. I didn't realize how long we've been going for tonight. Wild! Wild and crazy! What are you do? What's up, Chaotic Harmony? How you been, man? How are things? How did that... Have you done that little painting workshop at your friendly local game store yet? Has that happened, or is that happening soon? Because that sounds pretty cool, my man. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. He's crapping Shunder! No, you don't get to correct that one. He's crapping Shunder. Oh, you know what? I forgot. I can do this.
Ass Crackling Thunderspunk! Yeehaw!
I need to remember I have that button more often. I really do. Shit, Girl Geek, I'm glad that has been a goal of yours to any extent. It's weird from my perspective to hear someone, like, I'm appreciative of it, I'm just noting that it's odd to hear from my perspective someone like, this is the first time I've been able to sit and watch the whole thing, and I'm like, people want to sit and watch the whole thing? What for? It seems like a waste of time. Well, I feel like you have more of an excuse. You and Kat have more of an excuse, Dark Fox, just because you helped me out. Not that you need an excuse. That's not what I'm trying to say. I feel like this wound up sounding like it's critical, and that's not how I mean it. Thin this just a wee little bit more. Girl Geek, I appreciate you being here for the whole... I appreciate you being here anytime you're able to be. Anytime at all. This is an awkward corner to get around here. Well, I do have a routine, and my facial hair is much more full. But wait, your facial hair is more full than mine? Like, okay, Flavolicious's facial hair is more full than mine, and maybe lately, with all the time you've been spending sitting around punking noobs and MWO, Your facial hair may have more growth than mine on right now, but I would challenge the notion that it is fuller. Mine may be short at the moment, but it has a rich texture, okay? And I'm even growing, I've got a little bit of the salt and pepper. You know, I'm starting to get the little grays. It is not, no, it's blonde. There's a difference. Hethrier, it's not thin. You're thin. Your face is thin. Shit, son of a... You were going to help out with that, but your Battletech game went 8 hours that day. Ooh. And just like that, the dreams of young aspiring miniature painters were shattered. They were going to spend that day painting models alongside their idol, the great, the storied, the respected in some circles at times, depending on who you talk to, Chaotic Harmony. But instead, they just touched themselves and went to bed early. Good job, Chaotic. I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy with all the dreams that you killed. Haha, missiles go whoosh. There were other painters who knew what they were doing there, though. You live for killing dreams. Well, you know, as long as you're accomplishing your goals. That's ultimately what's most important. I walk into kindergartens yelling, Santa isn't real. Everything you believe is a lie, child. Your mommy lies to you every day. I mean, she says she loves you. Use a little bit of medium here. You're allowed near schools again? I think he just runs in. What's up, Shock21? How you doing? Doesn't matter if they don't catch me. You're a weird guy, Chaotic. You're a weird guy.
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. I feel certain I've asked this before, but I can't remember what the answer was or if I got one. So I'm just going to ask again. Is there anybody who regularly watches this stream who watches the 100 on the CW? And if you're out there, can we be friends?
Because that show is like my young adult guilty pleasure. Well, but I mean also that person liked Special Super Friends, WJ. Double Friends, Double Secret Friends. The 100 Friends. In that case, I'm just not going to look at it, Hethra. I'm just going to breeze right past it if I'm going to hate it. Data Nerd watches it. Fuck yes! Fuck yes, Data Nerd. You fucking rule. Give her a high five for me. But I didn't have exactly a massive response to that one, so I'm going to assume that most of you don't watch it, and I'm not gonna talk at length about it. I'm just really jazzed on this latest season. And if you haven't seen The 100 on the CW, I would encourage you to give it a chance. Is it the greatest show ever made? No. It's pretty damn good, though. It's some of the best sci-fi on television right now, in my opinion. And yeah, it's based on a series of young adult novels, and yeah, that does show at times. And yeah, it's on the CW, therefore it has a lot of, like, relationship triangle fucking bullshit. But as far as the CW show goes, it's not too bad in that respect, honestly. It's enjoyable, and it's one of the few shows I've watched on the CW, and I've watched a surprising number, that has actually gotten better the longer it's been on. It's been on a while. We're on like season 7? Season 8? Something like that now. What a nerd. What's up, Suicide Prinny? I'm asking if people watch The 100, and the response I'm getting for the most part is yeah, my wife watches it, which has left me in a funny sort of position. Some CW shows can't. Yeah, no, I'm with you, Roland. There is a lot on the CW that is just complete hot fucking garbage. I would say most of what's on the CW is hot fucking garbage. But the 100 is pretty solid. It's not gonna blow your mind or anything, but it's quite enjoyable. Arrow, yeah, like Arrow Season 1. That was some pretty goddamn good television, honestly. Arrow made me like a character I actively disliked. I'm curious, which one? You should check, honestly, like, give The 100 a chance. If you're curious about it at all, the CW has a free app you can use if you have, like, a Roku or any other streaming box. They've got a free app. You can watch their shows as long as you watch commercials. Check out The 100. And know that it gets better the longer that it goes. It gets significantly better. And it dials up the insanity at a pretty regular tick. And I have to give them credit that this latest season has brought them back around to a plot point that they brought up in like season 3 that seemed really, really throwaway. That was like, yeah, there was this doomsday cult on Earth and, you know, whatever. And then we just leave that plot behind and we continue onward, and then they come back around to it in this latest season in a way that I never, ever expected them to do. And maybe you would expect it if you read the books that it's based on, but who the hell reads young adult novels, you know, besides young adults? Alright, what do you guys think? What do you guys think of the gradient and the lightning bolt? It's kind of cool, right? Yeah? I'm pretty pleased with how the gradient came out in particular. You can kind of see it best in the back at this point. Now, I think everything needs a little bit more highlighting, just a couple of touches on the corners. I think maybe a couple of washes, and then I need to do the grays. I need to do the warm grays at the hip and the launchers and the hands and the weapons and everything, and that's really going to help things pop. Yeah, I was kind of thinking something similar, Datron. It's like, it is an OSL-esque effect in the sense that, you know, it's sort of like you're getting the glow of the lightning in the sky, because those are the colors that we went with across the entire model. But I like this division, based on that image the Sentient Pickle sent. This sort of not quite quartered division of the magenta to the blue with the lightning bolt dividing it. I don't think I want to do another lightning bolt on the back. I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you think another lightning bolt on the back would add to it or detract from it? I kind of like just the one on the front. I would say, though, and I do need to make that into a command, this right about here is what I would call the threshold for this mini. This is the point at which I can see my vision for it coming together, and I like it. Up until now, I had doubts, but now I'm pretty confident that this was a good direction to head in. My lightning bolts are still a little chunky. They're not the most refined lightning bolt I've ever seen. I feel like they're getting better each one that I do them on. If you could mirror the lightning bolt on the back, making it look like the lightning sort of captured inside the mech, it's an interesting idea. If I could do the same pattern, that's not a bad idea. I might try doing that. Number of bolts on class. That's an interesting idea, WJ. Lights and mediums get 1. Heavy and up gets more than 1. How many did I put on? Well, that could work, because, well, I don't know. He mostly got... This was one of the first lightning bolts that I did on stream, was on this guy. And you can see it's a lot thinner. I went wider with this one. I don't know if that was a good choice. I don't know. Between these two lightning bolts, which one do you like more? I appreciate... And I chose the colors on this one. I very specifically went with the blue, like was in the image that Sentient Pickle did. Prefer the thinners, because the mechs are so big? I might come in and refine this one a little bit. You have to choose. Vergaderung, you have to... Cat, if Vergaderung doesn't choose, ban him from the chat. Because this one was not dividing the gradient. This one, the gradient is top to bottom and the bolt is passing through them. And if I'm being honest, if I were to go back and do this one again, I would make the gradient even more aggressive. Because I wasn't totally sure what I was doing with this one. I still think it came out pretty good. But, this one I wanted to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more vibrant. Only has half the number of PPCs, though. That's also kind of what I was thinking, Datron, is there's almost no blue on the Awesome. So the blue lightning bolt kind of stands out on its own. The only blue is going to be on the PPCs. But there's a whole blue shoulder on the Thug. And I wanted this to be a distinct color and large enough that you didn't lose it in the natural blue as you move up towards the shoulder. That's also why I moved it down into the purple and didn't put it right next to the blue. So, I've let the Thunder Skunk sit for a while because I wanted to be sure that I liked it, Coral. And I have to... So, I dulled down the paint job on it a little bit. And I did a couple more quick highlights on the green. I actually think I like this. I thought about making the orange a bit brighter and more vibrant, but I actually kind of like this rusty ochre. It sort of balances out and brings down the green. If I could do anything differently on this mech, it would be how I did the green, and that's what I'm getting at, O'Coral. The stripes would stand out. See, they disappear in a few small spots, like right here on the weapon, and it's because you go really, really dark down into the dark green, and that's when it starts to vanish. But in the parts where I've got really bright green, the stripes stand out really nice. Here on the thigh, on the top of the torso, over on this arm here, they actually stand out really well. And that's why I'm saying, like, I want to keep the color of the stripes, but I would do the green slightly differently. I wouldn't let it get as dark like it did right here on the weapon. You see what I mean? Hey, Kat, thank you so much for being here. You go get some dinner. Breakfast for dinner. Are the antenna metal? No, Samara, these are printed. These printed as part of it. They're resin. I can honestly say that if I were going to do this paint job from the beginning again, knowing where it was going to wind up, I would do a few things differently as far as the application of green goes. Highlight the stripes with some fiery orange. I could do that for you, O'Coral. Tell you what, O'Coral, I will do that. That's going to be the last thing that I do on this mech. Then he's going to get sealed and he's going to get based. And we're going to use this scheme, this theme, moving forward as we do some actual more Thunderskunks. I don't know how to pronounce that. Raumar, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Stormchasers. We can do Woodlands base. Oh, Coral, if you want Woodlands base, I'll do Woodlands base. I'm going to caution you. It's one thing, though. And the Woodlands base is going to be green, necessarily. And, well, okay. A Woodland base is going to have a decent amount of brown. I could get some grays in there, and then I could do some dark, like evergreen greens. And that might work. I just want the base to contrast decently with the overall mech paint job is all. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Nanotanks. As long as I lean on the brown, and I do maybe some fallen logs, and yeah, some real dark green bushes. That could work, O'Coral. That could work. I'll tell you what, I'll do up a base like that, and we'll see how it looks. And the thing is, with a base on a model like this, if we don't like it, we can always change it. It's not even hard to do. And then, as we move forward into more Thunderskunks, I'm going to lean on this this paint scheme. But I think that if I do a few things different from the start, we can get it a little brighter and a little crazier. And it should look good. I actually like this paint scheme. And yeah, it's basically Battlecat from He-Man. But you know what? Battlecat's fucking badass. And I can think of worse inspirations for a paint job. I really can. This is for you, by the way, Raumar. Thank you for reminding me to drink some water. Oh, Coral, this is the same model. It's been the same model the entire time. I've repainted it several times. I wouldn't mind printing out... Papa Bear did an Annihilator, didn't he? I wouldn't mind giving that one a shot. We should get some more. We should get some more clan mechs on here. We should do some more Thunderskunk Redemptions now that I have a direction to actually go in. Now that I have an inspiration. Stealth version of the Thunderskunk, like Wally West. With his uniform, he like pushes the flash symbol and it turns black. Stealth Thunderskunk. You know, O'Coral, we'll I don't know how this has happened. You were one of the first people that I started doing a paint redemption for, and somehow it's still not technically done. We're going to wind up doing another one for you here at some point, and we'll see if we can't actually get it done in a reasonable period of time. How about that? Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, I liked Roland's idea of doing Thunderhead Stables. Some Solaris-style battle mechs. And in that case, you could pick basically any mech you want, any paint scheme you want, man. I mean, obviously, it's all arbitrary anyway. They can do that anytime, but I'm liking having a connected theme for the mechs that I'm painting. It gives me some place to start, you know? Oh, Sentient Pickle, no, you don't have to. No, you're fine, man. Yeah, thank you for being here. I appreciate your input and your feedback on the mech. I hope that you're pleased with where it is so far. Obviously, it needs a little bit more work to get precisely where it's going, but we'll get that work done and we'll get it added to the Stormchaser roster here in no time. As long as you're pleased with the overall concept. Because it was really, I was basing it on just the one picture that you sent. You know how on a black Jaguar you can still see the spots under the black? See, oh, Coral, I know what you're talking about. I also think that you're gonna fucking kill me trying to get me to paint like that, man. Like, I love it. And it's also like, oh god, I'm gonna drive myself insane trying to paint that. I do know what you mean, though. When I was going through the academy, we had to keep a gallon of water on our desk when the instructors would yell, hydrate! We'd have to respond with, or die, and then chug and we were told to recover. Yeah. That's... I always think every time somebody does the hydrate, I just think, drink water, because that's what we had to yell. Drink water, and then chug anything in any canteen that you got. Oh, is that the excuse, oh Coral? Trying to get you to expand your skills more and more. Oh Coral, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. No, but really, oh Coral, I'm glad that I finally have a paint scheme that we both feel pretty good about on this one, because this Annihilator has been bugging me for a long time. And yeah, I look forward to doing another one for you, man. I appreciate how often you're around the stream. It's really cool to have you. Oh, drink water. I genuinely need to be drinking water. I have been outside for a lot of the day, dumping water into the windbreak on the north side of my property, and the sun has been fucking brutal. I can't see the sun because there's a cloak of fucking smoke covering the entire sky. And it's weird living, because I live really close to Denver International Airport, so seeing airplanes is really, really, like, it's just all the time. You look up and you see airplanes, and I still hear them, but I can't see them half the time. It's nuts. Remember one of the few times the drill sergeants treated me halfway decently, other than when I was kicking my own ass for sucking at firing prone at the firing range, when they saw I was having a legit case of heat exhaustion. I think that was an oh shit situation. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is, WJ. And all drill sergeants are pretty cool in heat exhaustion situations, because what's going through their mind is, I'm gonna get in trouble. Shit. This isn't good for me. Oh, we're down to 1 minute. If you want to get your entries in for the storm report, now's the time. I'm just gonna rotate this guy a few more times so we can see what we've accomplished on stream today. I was getting a little self-conscious about how much work I get done in 4 hours, but I gotta remind myself I'm also bullshitting a lot of that time. When I sit here and I'm not on stream and I'm like, I'm gonna paint for an hour, and it's just nothing but like, I'll get a lot done. But I kind of appreciate, I appreciate the interaction, and I appreciate the distraction that comes with doing it on stream. It's much more interactive. I can get live feedback on what I'm doing. I can kind of change what I'm doing based on what people think. It's fun. It's a good time. It's a lot like going down to the friendly local game shop and setting up on a table and doing some painting, you know? Except I generally have a more diverse and interesting audience here on Twitch. Yeah, no, heat exhaustion is no fucking joke, and it can kill you very, very quickly. I'm glad that you recovered from that machine gun. And submissions are closing. Bye-bye 360 also had heat exhaustion, needed 2 IVs. God, that sucks. That's terrible. I've never actually fallen into heat exhaustion. Wait, have I? No. I never did. I got close. Now, here in the near future, I'm going to be doing up one of these Shadowhawks on stream. And I'm not sure what color. I want to get at least one painted so that I've got a painted example for when I put these up on Thingiverse. I'm thinking I might just paint one like Dougram. I might just go with the original colors. It's either that, or maybe I do like a Merc militia thing? You want this one, O'Coral? I'll send it to you. You're welcome to it. I mean, these are easy to run off. I'll hit you up on Discord. I had a little bit of an issue with the barrels curling as they cured. You can see it's ever so slightly bent upwards. Ever so slightly. So I might do you another one. It is bent upwards, isn't it? I'm not crazy. Does that look like it's ever so slightly curved? I keep doubting my own eyes when I look at it. Yeah, it is. Just a teeny little bit. Yeah. And that's just because I cured it in direct sunlight and it heated. It got hot. And that caused it to curl up ever so slightly. I need to put together a proper UV curing hood. I really do. I'm glad you like it, Chaotic Harmony. And yeah, I agree. I like the barrel up pose. It's pretty cool. It was not how it printed for Godarog. It was not how it printed. It printed perfectly straight. I know because I looked at it before. And here's another example. This is one that it printed perfectly straight. And this one did not heat as it cured. This one did not cure in direct sunlight. And as a result, the barrel is actually good and straight. This is the Royal Shadowhawk variant. Oh, WJ, that's this one. I have one of those. And yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, WJ, is maybe I paint this one up in the actual original Dougram colors. It is. Here, I can show you, O'Coral. Here is the Unseen Griffin next to the CGL Griffin. It is ever so slightly taller, like a millimeter taller. New scene. Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah, we're gonna get to the storm report here shortly. I'm just kind of rambling. Don't mind me. So yeah, you can see it is about the same size. Its head is the same height vertically. It's ever so slightly wider. Hey, Supernaut, what's up, man? Good to see you. And then, yeah, I'll show you the Shadowhawks next to one another. I have one of the CGL Shadowhawks. So here on the right is the... I should have had one of my painted Shadowhawks, sorry. But here on the right is the CGL Shadowhawk, and on the left is my printed, unseen Shadowhawk. Which you can't see very well. It is. It is, in fact, time for the Storm Report rolling. But scale-wise, it came out almost identical.
Yo, I heard you liked Battlemechs, so I put a Battlemech in your Battlemech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
Bothers me. I need to pull one of my painted Shadowhawks, because that'll give you a better look at the height comparison. But yeah, the scale is pretty much dead on. Totally Supernaut, absolutely. Go ahead and send me a dozen. I'll hit you up on Discord, man. Kinda like the shorter, wider cockpit. I just like cockpit glass that isn't a pain in my ass to paint. And the cockpit glass on the Shadowhawk is not bad, but like the side panels are almost impossible to reach, particularly the one behind the autocannon. And speaking of bent autocannons, like, I'm sitting here like, guys, I think the autocannon got a little curved, and that's a big problem for me, and CGL will sell you this shit. Fucking asshole. Nah, I shouldn't say that. This isn't really their fault. It's PVC, it gets hot, it bends. You can heat this up in hot water and bend it, back into place, and that's all well and good. Resin's a little trickier. I've got so many Griffins, though. I've got so many Griffins. Look at this shit. I need to find a color scheme to actually paint them up in. Why can't I hold all these Griffins? Thank you, Supernaut. You really bring up the general level of conversation. Alright, let me move this shit back out of the way. I'm just gonna show this guy off one more time because I'm really quite pleased with how this paint job came out. It's kind of an oversaturated and almost cartoonish blocky style that I don't paint as much. I tend to use a more desaturated zenithal style than this, but I'm really, really happy with how this came out. The gun killed. What about the gun, Roland? What's wrong with the gun? And it gave me an opportunity to use these Trinity City street hex bases. I looked at some of those colors you suggested, by the way, and, well, I mean, it is stubby and short. This is the laser. The PPC is notably longer. On purpose. Is meant to look more like a handgun, you know? Alright, I'll stop rambling and showing off my various mechs. Let's roll on over into what at least 1 to 2 of you have been waiting for. Kat, what time is it again?
Alright, locusts and gentle mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorp paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
Well, I guess that answers that question. Let's see what we've got. Let me scoot this shit out of my way so I can relax a little bit. I'm going to relax all over the place here in a minute. I'm enough of a purist that I'm going to try to sculpt versions of the original Dougram weapon. Datron, if you want versions with the original Dougram weaponry, it would not be difficult for me to go ahead and add precisely that for you. That would be actually a pretty simple addition. Oh, Coral, thank you so much for being here, man. It is always a pleasure. I hope you have a fantastic night. I think the laser should be further forward, so the bulk of the gun behind the barrel is above the hand. But I already painted this one. How do you get good at Blender? Oh, man. Puck Duncher, what you do is you pull up a lot of YouTube tutorials and you bash your face against them over and over, and you just do the same thing repetitively until it becomes second nature. That's really the only way to get good at Blender is to use Blender. The tutorials will help you get started. They'll help you get around a lot of the broad concepts. Okay, Vergata makes a good point. Don't forget the dark sacrifices. Gather, children and animals and the infirm and sacrifice them to Baphomet, and then you'll get good at it, you know? Why do you know what pisses me off the most about your criticism, Samara and Roland, is that I see what you mean and you're kind of right. That's what pisses me off about it. Like, I wouldn't care if you said it and I was like, nah, that's bullshit. But you say it and I'm like, oh, shit, I see what it means. Fuck! Damn it, son of a... Now I can't fucking unsee it. I'll get back around to it. We'll do a Round Facer version 2, just for you. We'll call it the Spite Edition. Can the sacrifice be children, or will normal virgin blood work? Virgin blood is pretty good. Virgin blood is pretty good. I always liken what we do in the shadows when the vampires are asked about why virgin blood, and he says, well, think about it this way. If you were going to eat a sandwich, you'd probably just prefer it if you knew that nobody had fucked it. Oh, actually, look at what we're actually looking at here from Data Nerd. A month and a half after moving, I finally upgraded from the dining room table to a real desk. Kursala stained and helped coordinate granite delivery and placement. Damn it, Kursala, you're so much more moto than I am. Some family members weren't using the top anymore, and I found the cabinets on sale, so overall, a fairly cheap price tag for what it is. And it's a very nice looking desk, and solid, I should imagine. Damn, nice work. Making my desk feel all flimsy and inadequate over here. I'm over here with, like, melamine laminated bullshit on, on metal braces. And you're like, I just threw together a granite desk. No big deal. Kursala, come build me a desk. Was this about an LRM Locust? It really is. That's a fantastic. I'll see the notes beneath. Some context. Slab of granite was in my aunt and uncle's living room as a bar when they moved in about 15 years ago, and they immediately took it out to put in some bookcases. Oh. It's been aimlessly wandering around their basement since then, and when we moved, they offered to let us have it for a desk, so with the help of a few of their kids, we brought it to our new place and That's actually really cool. And I'm glad that something like this finally found a home where it's going to get used, because it's such a nice piece. It would be a shame to throw it away. And, I mean, finding someone to buy it is staggeringly difficult as soon as you're talking about something this big and this heavy. Because anybody you find who wants to buy it is going to wind up living far enough away that trying to ship it is prohibitive. You ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight? Yeah, I also prefer unfucked sandwiches. Data Nerd and Kursala, very, very nice work, and thank you for sharing. Thank you for making me feel jealous, as usual. For Cyber Night in a very special edition of the Storm Report, you guys are getting exactly what you asked for as I pack up the painting table. Here we have the big dump. I don't know if there's sound, but let me switch this around so we can potentially have some. What do you say?
Oh, there goes all the old acrylic.
Oh, that feels good.
Get in there with some index. Get in there with some index. Scour badges. Just scour clean. Clean that palette for me.
Was there echo? Damn it! If you think Data Nerd's desk is great, wait till you see mine. Wait till you get a load of me. Yeah, unfortunately my demonic personality came out. Why would that be echoing? Just because I turned on the... That was strange. Hold on. That made me echo and it didn't play the audio from the clip? Okay, if that's true, then these audio channels I'm using are wrong. And I need to fix that. I'm going to take a look at that after the stream. That should not have actually happened. So, weird. Okay, I apologize for that. We might not have any audio for clips in the Storm Report for tonight if you posted one. I do apologize about that. I'll try to get it fixed by next stream. I almost expected the whole thing to go in. That's what she said. It's so funny. It's such a good joke. It was a pleasure to see those, Cybern, I have to say. The resident demon inside you echoed. Yeah, I try not to let it out too much. And Chaotic posted a new audio clip. We're not going to get to hear it, Chaotic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry my audio is fucked right now. We'll get it fixed. Damn it, we had gone a whole stream without audio issues, too. And then this happened. I can't get away from it. It's a curse. From Hethria, the rest of my ISA, this is the first wave. There's a second wave coming with more models sometime in the next few weeks. Ooh, I like seeing them all together like this. That blue and kind of golden yellow is a really, really good combo. I like the... It's an almost orange that you've achieved on the cracks between the various yellow bits. It's really effective. Basing, simple, straightforward, decently contrasting. I dig it. You look fucking fantastic, Hethria. Yeah, well, I wasn't trying to say backpacks. I was trying to say like the honeycomb, but for whatever reason, I couldn't think of that name. Stop, don't argue on behalf of Chaotic Harmony, okay? Chaotic Harmony will whine and bitch up a storm entirely on his own. You don't need to encourage him. You don't need to do it for him. He'll be fine. And from Nanotanks, changing theme for me, a U.S. Army armored personal exoskeleton. This mini is from Incursion, a weird World War II game from Grindhouse Games / Westwind Productions. Think Iron Sky, but the Germans have zombies and werewolves. Well, of course they do. While the USA has Detroit muscle. There's quite the power suit. I like the sheer number of pistons attached to the bottom of the calf and these big ass foot platforms that he's walking on here. I like how his head is all sunken down in there, kind of like Terminator armor. And somehow at the end of all this, this man wearing power armor is wielding what appears to be a bat with some nails in it and a fucking revolver. Well, to be fair, I'm in the car, so I can't really bitch effectively. Well, then we need to get done before he gets out of the car and his bitching hits full fucking swing. Nice paint job on it. Simple, effective. I like how you've hit all the little soft parts in here.
Here at
Little red
Thunderhead
soft
Studio,
bits.
we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
That's frighteningly accurate. Good use of the decals, too. I like how you got one on here, a little U.S. Army star. The basing is nice. I assume that the basing, this crushed container, is part of the actual figure based on the way that his leg is oriented up on it. Yeah, no gauntlets. His hands are just totally exposed. It's a little bit of a questionable design. Naked hands. Like, you would just smash your hand to bits if you tried to punch somebody. Oh, but it's cool. I like the huge stacks coming up out of the back. They're oversized and cartoonish. Wouldn't want to fall over in that thing. Yeah, it does seem like you'd have difficulty getting back up. Really nice paint job, though. Thanks for sharing, Nanotanks. Yeah, it is a change of pace for you. We're usually getting our tiny scale medieval guys from you. Pure stupid pulp and rule of cool. Well, I mean, you told me that the Nazi side has zombies and werewolves. So I think that me then criticizing the fact that power armor doesn't have hands on it is maybe missing the point just a little bit. Maybe. Possibly. I'm sure you could, WJ. Even a bit of green stuff. You could fix that right up if it bothered you. And from Roland, we've got a little bit of brisket. All right. We got some chicken. We got a little bit of brisket. We got some mac and cheese. We got some potato wedges. Like, this is... I'm really hungry right now. I know that this happens every single Storm report. But I'm just noting that this is like it seems to me like a middle of the road barbecue plate to me that would not normally excite me all that much, and I would eat the shit out of it. I really would. The brisket's a little looks a little cubed. I want some mac and cheese, though. The chicken looks good. That chicken looks good. It looks like it has a nice, tasty, crispy skin that I want to rip my goddamn teeth into. Sadly, the rest of the brisket is missing, probably because you fucking ate it yourself. Why don't you think of us before you take pictures, Roland? God. What am I having for dinner tonight? I wonder if it could be barbecue. Huh. I'm gonna go bug the wife about that one. Pollo Tropical. I like Pollo Tropical. That place is actually pretty damn good. To be fair, there was recently a Nazi quasi-werewolf movie released. Was there? What was it? Fatty, luscious, melty. So good. It did look nice and fatty, which I do appreciate. A nice brisket. And there was no jello, which is really the most important thing. Roland, thank you very much for sharing with us. It wasn't tacos, but I don't think it actually violated your number of submissions. So, we'll let it go this time. What do we got up next? From Machine God, high-grade Aura Battler, Todd Ryneck. What is this from? Because these words... I'm reading this and I'm like, high-grade Aura Battler. Whoa! And then it's like, Todd. I don't know, those two... It just doesn't seem like they belong next to one another. That's a cool looking model, though. I like his big, dinosaur claws. What is this from? Aura Battler. I've literally never heard of this. The porn music killed your trying to be... Look, I don't pick the music, okay, guys? It's not my fault. So when I'm saying things that are intimidating or masculine, it's up to you to imagine the appropriate music to make it so. An 80s mecha anime. I'm not familiar with this one at all. Like, I don't think I've ever heard of it prior to this. Which is surprising. Usually I've at least heard of them. It's a cool looking mech. I like its big old dinosaur feet and its crazy ass wings and its big old hooked... What would those be called? What was the claw on the end of a wing? It's the thumb. It's the thumb from the big hand that becomes a wing. Obviously this isn't a creature, but you know, that's what it would be. Really fucking obscure. Oh, okay. That's a damn cool looking figure, Machine God. I would assume if it's that obscure, that's probably a somewhat rare figure. Remember watching it back in like 84 or 85, old school. I might have to look it up. I've got some other animes that have been, some other mecha animes that have been recommended to me that I need to watch before that. Some air. But I'll take a look at it. Really nice looking figure. And surprisingly good posability, actually. That's a pretty neat pose that you got him in. Thank you for sharing. And from Cyber Knight, built myself a nice and solid 3D printer desk. 6 foot 6 inches wide and 2 foot 6 inches deep. I ended up over-engineering just a bit, so we scaled back on my initial plans. But I never said I knew what I was doing. That's technically true, I think. I can't actually remember him claiming that he knew. Oh, that's a 2001 reprint. Okay, well, it's still a very cool figure. I was gonna say, like, it seems like that would be rare, and it seems like it's in good condition if that's an original one. I do, Samir, it's true. All the mechs are based on bugs. Huh, okay. I was complimenting this table before. It's really very nice. I've tried my hand at table building, and it made me appreciate how much effort really goes into it, because getting 4 table legs the same length is deceptively complicated. I mean, it's not complicated. It requires meticulous measuring that apparently I'm not capable of doing, because I fucked it up every single time. And still, what I started doing is I buy those kits where they're like these injection molded legs, like table legs. Yeah, measure 40 times, cut once. Yeah, it's true. And all you do is you cut 2x4s to make the cross pieces, and you assemble it, and then the legs are pre-made. They're not terribly expensive, and they've saved me a lot of time on that particular front. This is a damn fine-looking table. Looks like it'll be good and stable for your 3D printers. Very nice work, Cyber Knight, and thank you for sharing. Good-looking office. And coming down, we have from Papa Bear. Papa Bear now has somewhere to store all of his cheese and or moon rocks. Oh, I love the hexes on top. I do. The Todd Rhyneck is an upgrade of the Rhyneck, and it's based on a Weevil. How is Todd indicating that something is an upgrade? I feel like I'm missing context there. Like, oh, you're piloting the Rhyneck, but I have the Todd Rhyneck. Like, who's Todd? I love the hexes on the roof. I love seeing it. Like, as much as it's like my thing at the moment, producing terrain that is hex compatible and has hex markings on the roof, as much as that is my thing, and it would be less my thing if more people were doing it, Todd is Bob's boss, clearly. In my heart, I want to see more of it. Todd the Wraith from Stargate Atlantis. There's only one of that unit, and a lot of them have weird names. Yeah, I figured that it must make more sense in the context of the rest of the mechs. Fantasy names plus Japanese names equals what the fuck? Yeah, I can see that. Really nice looking work, though, Papa Bear. The Vault. I swear, if you send me a claptrap to explore my moon base, well, you might not get it back. Better put in stairs now. All clear in the crater today. Oh, look at this little guy. Look at this little 6mm son of a bitch down here hanging out next to Papa Bear's / Project Dark Fox's Highlander. That's such a cool looking mech. Really, just fantastic work on this thing from concept to finish. And seeing it next to some terrain that Papa Bear is putting together, I love this whole moon base, and I love the walls that he's made. I'm really looking forward to seeing the gate get finished. It looks like it has some magnetic recesses in it. Either way, looking forward to seeing those prints get finished. Papa Bear, as always, thank you for sharing your work with us from Chaotic Harmony. That face when Thunderhead skipped a stream. Oh, it's me in the back. I'm the one in the back, and this is Chaotic up here, as Chaotic imagines himself. Apparently. That doesn't raise any questions at all. It certainly isn't deeply upsetting. Absolutely not. But cute pouty face is cute. Yeah, I know. You do that all the time when you stream Chaotic. This is basically Chaotic like 50% of the time that he's streaming. And notice me, senpai. Chaotic Harmony is, in fact, an anime girl. I don't know if you might not know that. That might have escaped your notice through all the time that he's been streaming, but he is, in fact, an anime girl. He appears to be a bearded gentleman. But, all I can say is that the face replacement technology has really come a long way. It's done a full reversal. Now, instead of making bearded dudes look like anime characters and cartoon foxes, it's making anime girls look like bearded real people. Machine God knew. Well, at least you're ahead of us on that one. And from White Wolf, some Taco Tuesday deliciousness. Love my local deli. Retook photo, original suck. This is the taco sandwich you were talking about. Ooh. I admit I'm compelled. Maybe I'm more open to it because today I had a hot dog sandwich, which was strange. And it even says strange to say. It sounds strange to say it out loud, and that's what it was. And it was delicious. Oh, I notice you, Steiner. I can't help but notice you. I mean, it effectively is a panini, isn't it? But just with, like, taco meat in it. They sell this one out before noon. That's how freaking popular it is. There is no hot dog. No, Puck Duncher. There's no exclamation point hot dog sandwich. That's not a thing. That's never gonna be a thing. Okay? Stop trying to make hot dog sandwich happen. Okay? It's not gonna happen. God. It's freaking delicious. Like half taco beef. Oh, this is the one, is it? $15 Dorito taco sandwich is our special today. Huh. Might have to check out that Instagram link a little bit better. Oh, it looks messy. Well, thank you very much for sharing that confusing taco sandwich with us, White Wolf. And coming down, we got some more from Data Nerd. Today's lunch and dinner for me. The big ones have guac plus everything, and the small tacos, chicken, cheese, random veg. Kursala made them. I just paid for the ingredients and ate them. That's the same thing as making them, really. Classics. So those are Data Nerd's tacos, and here's mine. Same stuff, different plate. I mean, that does seem accurate. 2 submissions of the same lunch from 2 halves of a married couple. What have we become? No, Steiner, you're just drunk. It's okay. Puck Duncher, stop it. No. If you keep putting in hot dogs, you know what? I have to stop acknowledging it. That's how it has to be. Oh, I love the guac smear in there, kind of wrapping and sticking the whole thing together. That's a nice move. Well, thank you very much for sharing your delicious taco lunch/dinner with us. Was chatting about basing materials with White Wolf earlier, decided to try making some lavender static grass. Is this just static grass and acrylic paint? How did you do this? I'd be very curious to hear the process on this. The color is fantastic. It's a bit clumpy, that's probably because I added too much water. Once it dries out a bit, it should separate without too much trouble. Huh. Yeah. Because I can think of a lot of different colors of static grass I'd like to do if you've got a good process for it. It always seemed like it'd be difficult because you can't really dye those fibers. Oh, it's sisal! Okay, so you didn't start with pieces of, like, nylon static grass or anything like that. You started with bits of sisal so that it would actually accept some dyeing. Interesting. I'd love to see how that turns out. Because I've been using more static grass lately. I got a static grass applicator for my Star Wars Lothal bases, and I need more excuses to use it because it actually cost a couple bucks. Werewolves of the Third Reich that I was thinking of. Kind of a throwaway movie, but entertaining. When did that... I feel like there have been like 4 movies titled that, though. You could get that black static grass and dry brush the ends. Yeah, that could work. Well, yeah, I look forward to seeing how that works out, Kursala. Kursala, perfect the procedure, and then teach it to us, please. And from Cyber Knight, the last new Cobra variant for now, I'm sure. I'm also surely the last. Kind of an asshole do you take me for, Cyber Knight? Oh yeah, Cyber Knight's gonna stop making fucking variants, and he's gonna stop using magnets. Sure, that's gonna happen. Come on. Mounts ECM and a snub-nosed PPC, making it quite the nasty surprise. Still work to be done on it. Detail and tweaking. Mostly, I know that feeling. There's always detail and tweaking to be done. I like the snub-nosed PPC on it. It makes the whole chassis seem just a little bit meaner. I love how chunky these turrets are that you've been doing for this guy lately. I've got a couple of these right here actually on my desk that I'm going to be painting up here pretty soon once I decide on what they are, the Trinity City Security Force colors. This is the theory anyway. I figure I might as well use some stuffs from Cyber Knight. They're such damn nice sculpts, and there's such a huge variety of them and so many different options. The snub-nosed PPC was an all-new weapon design for this model specifically. I was going to say, I didn't think I'd seen one with quite this arrangement. I did roll it, yes, and I think they're actually pretty good. I like the high-vis concept for that. I don't know if I'm going to go with one of those exactly, but I like that as an inspiration. That's a good starting point. Why does that one remind me of a striker? It does look a lot like a striker. And from Datron Voltari, I was lazy today, so my tacos are tasty but uninspired. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, Datron Voltari. Your tacos don't have to blow my mind, okay? They don't have to blow my mind. They just have to satisfy my stomach and not cause me gastrointestinal distress for at least an hour. That's all I'm asking. Store-bought shells and hot sauce, and while the guac and carnitas are homemade, they're both leftovers out of the fridge. Well, you know what? Carnitas leftovers can actually be better than they are on the day. On the other hand, it took all of 5 minutes to make dinner. That is one of the nice things about tacos. Oh yeah. The shells look pretty nice. I would say, they look at least thick. You didn't buy the cheapest shells you could. And then I like how you've got some isopropyl alcohol right next to it. We've got P3 paints, isopropyl alcohol, and tacos. Why is... No, don't. You know, just everyone stop listening to Puck Duncher. These are not good ideas. I just think it's funny because it's a strange, it's like a familiar sight for me too, because I wind up eating dinner at my desk right next to a bunch of isopro and right next to, you know, with my printers running behind me. It's I just think it's funny. Go ahead and slap a little coal black in there. That'll really bring it together. Good looking tacos though, Datron. There is nothing wrong with... Yeah, I'm with Kursala. Quick, easy, tasty, success. Thumbs up. And yeah, I agree with Data Nerd too. Sometimes leftovers taste better, particularly in the forms of meats like that. Sometimes if they sit overnight in the fridge, they actually work better in tacos the next day. Hey, stick around. I'm full of bad ideas. Isaac Clarke didn't say that. My real project for the week, and please forgive the crappy photo, my new SKR Mini E3 2.0 board for the Ender 3. Silent Drivers 32-bit ARM processor, BL Touch, and running Marlin 2.0. I am in love. Though at this point, if I change out one more thing, it will legally be a different printer. I'm sure that's an important legal distinction, too. Does he say that in Dead Space 2? I'm excited to get into Dead Space 2. I really am. It has been, like, I played Dead Space 1 a whole lot when it came out. So this playthrough we've been doing on Thursday game streams has been fun, but it's a little bit like, yeah, I remember this part. Yeah, I remember this part. Yeah, I know the guy's going to come around the corner. You know, it's a little hard to get. We've had a couple of moments where I've forgotten what's going on, and it's gotten me pretty good. Dead Space 2 I think is going to be more fun because I really don't remember shit about that game. I only played it through like the one time. Well, remind me when we get to that line. All I can think of when I read that you're in love with this is I just think of BT7274. Conclusion. I am 50% in love. Well, that is definitely a board. You put this all together yourself, Datron? Your skills far surpass my own. I just buy pre-made boards and I slap them right in there. Really nice work, though. It's gonna run smooth and quiet. I love an Ender 3 that you can't hear at all. Except the light hum of the fans. Oh, that's a pre-made board? Well, it fucking shows what I know. Which is almost nothing. The Titanfall 2 helmet actually has audio clips of BT727, but does it really? That's pretty cool, Samir. Including that one. That's a great line. All I had to do was throw on the heat sinks and attach the BL Touch, and you've already surpassed what I would be capable of. Someone would be like, all you gotta do is attach the heat sinks, and I'd be like, let me consult Google. I can't hear my Ender 3 because it's in a loud furnace room. Haha, well, checkmate. And from Hardy, work is nearly finished on my Tau Commander base. Just waiting for texture paint to be dried, then dry brushing, and I'm happy to call it done. Orc armor will be for decorating the base. This looks confusingly clean for orc armor. Like, these colors are well applied and well highlighted and have a really nice level of contrast, and they need to be dirtier. Don't they? Orc armor? Yeah, that's apparently a thing I say sometimes. Why for frown, Supernaut? You turn that frown upside down. It is. It's very clean work. Which would normally be a compliment if it weren't orc armor. It'll look good on the base, though. I'll tell you that much. But then I assume if you're doing dry brushing, you'll probably come in with a sponge with a little bit of black. And maybe a little bit of rust on that armor. That would look good. Ooh, excuse me, it's been a long day. I started a print and was waiting for the bed to heat up. The first I knew it was moving was the click of the X-axis. Yeah, no, that's happened to me a few times. The only sound that I hear out of my printer now is the clicking of the sensors going off. Orc armor is best armor. As long as they believe it so. This is a very nice looking base. I thought to myself when you showed it off the first time, it looks pretty good. A little bit of grit is really what's going to do the job. And yeah, you've got some grit in here now. You've got a little bit of texture from the texture paste just kind of slapped on there. Really, really nice. Good use of cork. I look forward to seeing that guy finished. It's a good looking model. And from Steiner Minis. Ooh, it's like a Tau Gorilla. What? The fuck? How have I not seen this before, Steiner? Unsure how to dirty them up a bit. Hardy, if it were me, so you've done kind of a ruddy, rusty red color. So rust would be tricky to do. But if, at a minimum, some brown wash. But what I would do is take a sponge, take a piece of sponge like they usually have inside packaging for like Warlord Games products, or like a sponge brush, and dip it in a little bit of black paint, wipe most of it off, and then come in and just stipple a couple of random, patterns of black on there. That will go a long way towards just making it look dirtier without much effort. I think that would be a good move. Your Storm Surge conversion. It is a hell of a conversion. This is one I genuinely have not seen before. It's a Tau Gorilla monster. I love the way the legs are positioned. I like how you've kind of taken these plates and put them under the arm instead of over to get that sort of Taurambe. Yeah. He left us too soon. Oh, and then we have what looks like a space wolf coming together over here. Tell me I'm wrong. You working on some wolves there, Steiner? Is that what you're doing? I am not a gorilla monster. This keeps happening to me. Every time, every 5 years or so, someone accuses me of being a gorilla monster. These are Ultramarines. Huh. It's a bit of a pale blue. It's a pale enough blue that it makes me think of the old... It's not... God, I hate to say old because it was in, like, the early 2000s, and that's really not that long ago. I'm just getting old. But it makes me think of some of those older Space Wolf paint schemes before they went nearly white with their gray. High contrast ultras. Okay, alright. Well, it's a good blue and a good gold, and you know also what it was? Is it has the little skull and crossbones on his chest. And every time I see that, I usually associate that with wolves. Good looking mini, though. Hey, what are you painting ultras for? What are you doing ultras for, Steiner? You're a more interesting dude than that. You could paint something other than ultramarines. You don't have to paint the fucking bog standard Boy Scouts. Oh, I know that struggle, Steiner. I really do. Well, one way or another, I look forward to seeing them getting painted, even if they are Ultra Smurfs. This is my disappointed face. You could be doing salamanders, yeah, or Imperial Fists, you know? And aren't you glad that we came up with these criticisms and started encouraging you to do something after you painted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, at least 15 of them? Aren't you glad that we came up with this afterwards? Dick's out for Talrambe. Good night, y'all. Steiner Miniatures has left the building. Steiner, thank you so much for sharing with us, man. Despite all of our bullshit. It's a good-looking color. And from Roland, we got some taco action. Ooh, those look nice. I like the guac in there. So the question, though, Roland, what hot sauce? What hot sauce do we have on this bad boy? And if you say Cholula, you can get the fuck out. If this is Cholula, I'm going to be angry. It does look a little bit like Cholula, though. That's Tapatio. Tapatio. The one true fucking hot sauce. Yes, Roland, I knew there was a reason I liked you, man. I knew there was one. Ooh. I mean, there are a lot of reasons I like you, but the Tapatio, that's up there, that's real high up there. What's wrong with Cholula? I don't know. Do you like bottles of garbage on your tacos? Maybe you're all about that Cholula, then. Really nice, Roland. Thank you for sharing. And thank you for not having it be like, oh, here's some tacos, and if you look in the background, there's a Jell-O taco. Like, I was really kind of expecting that. Yeah, no Jell-O tacos. Cholula is watery nonsense. This is one of the few times that I will support Lord Hathrir's bizarre and infantile food requirements. Homemade serrano peppers. I mean, I can't argue with that, Machine God. And here we have from Vergaderung, Cybran would be proud. Oh, God, magnets. Actually, Cybran Knight, why don't you put magnet holes in the turret and just include a peg to glue in if they don't want magnets? That's actually a good idea. You just make a hole on either side, and then you include just a peg, just a single piece of plastic, and you can glue it into one and then peg it in if you don't want to put in magnets. That's a great idea, actually, Vergaderung. Huh. I'm gonna have to take that under advisement. How about get real salsa, not some garbage store brand? Why do you gotta go and make it like that? We're not talking about salsa here. We're talking about hot sauce. And if you're in Texas, and you go to any given Tex-Mex joint and you sit down, there's gonna be one of two things on the table. There's gonna be Cholula, or there's gonna be Tapatio. And that's gonna determine whether or not I get up and leave the restaurant right then and there. White Wolf, you stop. You know what you're saying. You know it's wrong. You know why it's wrong. So stop saying it. Nice magnet work. This fucking cannon on the big tank is just so goddamn crazy. What is this? This is a missile turret? I don't know that I've seen this one. No, I have seen this one. No, I remember it from the front now. Yeah. Oof. Such a big boy. Nice work on the magnets, Vergaderung. And by the way, guys, if you're not following Vergaderung here on Twitch and you enjoy watching mechs get painted, you have got to follow this man. He does nice, long painting streams. He'll do whole paint schemes that are way more complex than the stuff that I do. Some really, really cool ideas. Strongly suggest you give him a follow. 30 tons of artillery cannons. Salsa is proper hot sauce. No, it's not. You're confusing the issue, Supernaut. We're having two different arguments here. I prefer Kirkland signature salsa. Puck, don't you? You are a consummate asshole. You know that? And here we have from Laurendell86, working on some Gundams from the look of things. Yeah, look at them. Look at them legs. Oof. Stupid, sexy Gundam. I like the kind of wing skirts. That's a good look. It's like a robot diaper, you know? Yeah, maybe that's not the best phrase for it. It could be worse. Nice construction work, though. Yeah, this is my curiosity, too, from Samir. What model of Gundam? I'd like to know what the rest of that's gonna look like. Nice work, though, Larendell. Rogue 19K, not done yet, but wanted to test one of the backgrounds that B1B Flyer gave you. A background is important. Backgrounds help a lot. You might not think so because I use my backgrounds so poorly that they actually actively detract from my paint jobs. But no, this is actually really nice looking. I like the sharp contrast you've given to the glow on the end of this one. I'm looking forward to seeing some of your work once you hear back from the CSO guys. 00 Quanta. Which series is it from, Larendell? It's probably not one that I've seen. There's a lot of Gundam that I haven't seen, to be fair. Vapor Eagle Bikini. I feel like the Battletech map sheet works better. Mess with your lighting a little bit. With a background like this, you can afford to have much brighter lights aimed right at the front of the model. What you want in a background is dark, well, not universally, but generally dark, indistinct but present shapes and real low reflectivity. You want it to eat up all the light that it possibly can. It's from 00 Gundam. Good sir. I did not watch that one. I did not. Either way, it looks cool. And then here we have from Kursala, worked on rigging and posing an elemental model. It was split by Buck Hedges, apparently, who also added some 40k-inspired weaponry. Also, borrowed Vergaderung smoke trail from the Oz Scout. Oh, so you did. So you did. Hang on, I gotta scoot this a little bit so I can see the whole thing. Those are actually really good-looking elementals. And this is part of what I mean when I talk about 3D printing is going to be bigger than people realize. I don't see the need to buy fucking anything.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
It's true, she'll do it. Oh, hey, what's up, Cat? How you doing? Good to see you. We definitely weren't talking shit about Cat. That's not something we do here. Please don't hurt me.
You're gonna get stuffed in a box.
I'm not gonna say the thing, Puck Duncher. I know the thing. I'm not gonna say the thing. You can take your bingo card and you can leave it on your desk. That's what you can do. Oh, you've been here for like 10 minutes. That's great. She definitely didn't hear it. Well, no, then she knows that I'm kidding. I didn't really say anything. Damn it. You have to ruin my joke by being around. I'll check it out. I'll have to add it to the list, Larendell. I still have a couple of animes that Sentient Pickle has sent my way that I need to dig into before I can start anything fresh. But I'm always into some new mecha. Oh, here we have the whole one from... Oh, I see. Woo! That is one agile-looking mech. Them crazy-ass wings. And a sword that just... It has, like, more swords on top of the sword. I'll have to check it out. What she looks like on the box. Okay, I see. There's your box art. And, yeah, then we got the wing coming together here. Well, nice assembly work. And here we have this from Chaotic Harmony. Okay, I'm gonna listen to this, but you guys... Chaotic Harmony. I'm so sorry that my sound is fucked right now. I don't know what it is. It only popped up at me once we started getting into the Storm Report, so I can't play this right now. And I am truly sorry, because this looks like it's probably a good one. One of your recordings that you've done as... yeah, it's a script for, like a company, from a TRO, or the like. I'll tell you what I'll do. I will leave the Storm Report up for a little while tonight so that people can get in here and see it. And Chaotic Harmony, I will encourage you to go ahead and post this over into another forum. I'll see what I can do about getting the sound fixed for next time so that we can go ahead and play this. I do apologize for that. That is my shortcoming. Here we have from Girl Geek. No Pokemon right now. I am cross-stitching a dumpster fire for a friend. What are the odds? It's really, you're just cross-stitching an accurate picture of 2020. That's all that's happening. Guys, we'll get through this. No, see, Supernaut, you can't come in here and be like, oh, I know a better hot sauce than that hot sauce you're talking about. How about fresh salsa? Oh, I know a better hot sauce. How about salsa verde? You're talking about different categories entirely, okay? I'm talking about fucking shake it out of the bottle hot sauce. We're talking bottled consumer products. We're talking straight up, like, mass-produced condiments. And you're trying to get me with salsa verde. Yeah, salsa verde's the shiznit. It's the shiznit a bam snip snap sandwich, okay? But it's not comparable to Tapatio. And neither's Cholula, ironically, despite being in the same category. Pure capsaicin. Puck Duncher, I'll leave that one to you, my friend. Yeah, exactly. Hot sauce is saucy, if you will. You know what? You are. You're the one. Yeah. Fucking showed him good. Oh my god. Oh no. No. Why do you still have this, Hefner?
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
That has never been more accurate. Yep. I do remember this. I mean, you know, what are you gonna do? Linear time is a bitch, and sometimes we have people to, yeah, Colin back here with his fucking dark hair. He was in like hardcore emo phase at this point. Look at this. Look at it. The dark hair. It did not. Colin, that look did not work for him, like at all. Wow, this is weird. This is a flood of memories. Yeah, no, it's not just a Vader style helmet. This is the top of a Vader helmet that I've just put on my head. That's exactly what's going on here. This was... Yeah, which one was this, Hethrir? Because we were out in front of the theater, and we were camped out for Star Wars. Yeah, because, no, you can see the people in the fold-out chairs. If this was 3, this would mean that later in this day my glasses were broken when I was smacked in the face by a fucking, a dowel covered in a pool noodle playing lightsabers in the alleyway nearby. This was at the Fox Theater, Cat. This would have been outside the Fox Theater. Because I think you can see over here, this is that furniture store that was next to it. Yeah, exactly, the budget line. It was a good day. We had, okay, so there were street lamps out here, right? And we had strung, there were plugs. Like, why can't I think of the word for a simple plug? There were outlets up really, really high on them where you couldn't reach them, but city workers could, so we got ladders and we reached up and we plugged extension cords. And then we plugged in, like, televisions, and we plugged in Xboxes, and we had, like, Star Wars games going on TVs on the sidewalk. I looked like a goober back in the... What the fuck do I look like right now? If not... Not that much has changed, to be fair. My skin was a little better. I think that's about it. Yeah, we did get yelled at for stealing City Power. But, you know, hey. Oh, yeah, we played Pod Racer. You better believe we played Pod Racer. Looking a lot lighter and yellower thanks to camera settings. Yeah, the jaundice really does a lot for me. You know? Thank you so much for sharing that, Hethrear. I really appreciate it. Let's move on, shall we? And then we have from Sumer, Thunderhead exclusive previews of Operation Lancaster. Still in sketch form, but surprise elemental, best elemental. There's a battalion of the Dreadnought Battle Corps that consists entirely of former clan warriors. And they happen to have a few points worth of elementals. Not many of them make it out of Lancaster alive, but some do. This is one of them in action. Lights out, Sirat. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, he definitely has a look about him that he should be busting out a one-liner as he does that. Honestly, this makes this particular the particular proportions of this toad make it look cooler than elemental battle armor generally does. It usually ends up looking a little bit goofy. I dig it. And then we have the finished version of the Lao Hu Rusty. Love the livery. Oh, any excuse I have to show something from Plog. I suspect, Hethrear, that I do know how hard you're laughing right now. I can picture it. I can hear it. Somehow across the mountains. Yeah, no, the proportions it's a tricky thing. Proportions on mechs are often tricky, and a lot of the toads wound up looking, a little goofy. That one looks pretty good. I love the dragon scaling on this. We saw the Lao Hu last time, the basic shape of it. But this one with the dragon scaling on it, particularly up here on this weapon with it's one of them snaky Chinese dragons, which I know that there's a name for it. I know that there is. There's no lust. There's no lust for Plog. There might be lust for his art, you know? But that's between me and his art. This is what I get. This is what I get for liking an artist, you guys. I swear. I love how it just curls around his whole body and then winds up right here. That's so fucking cool. Really, really fantastic stuff. Noodle Dragon. Yeah, let's go with that. Machine God not shilling at all. Good luck, have fun. And also watch Thunderhead Studio at twitch.tv/Thunderhead Studio. Oh, thank you, Machine God. I appreciate that. Oh, see, now we have this one from Katakarmi. It won't work, Katakarmi. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my sound isn't working today. I know normally it is. We'll get it fixed for you, man. And from Roland, you weren't kidding. You do have resin hiss tanks. That's fucking cool. Oh, man. Those actually came out pretty nice. Where'd you get these from, Roland? How much did you pay? You assume that I have to pay Machine God. Machine God just whores himself out for free. What are hiss tanks? White Wolf, you need more G.I. Joe in your life, my friend. Ah, yes, the one I didn't realize that he sold his tanks. I should probably actually check out the site from time to time on pages other than my own, maybe. No, not like the history. No, completely different Puck Duncher. 100% removed. And then a Cyclops that we're working on over here. Interesting. Which what new unit are we working on, Roland? Oh, you just got it printed on demand. Okay. Oh, I gotcha. You know, I should know that because that's actually how Alex and I met one another. Just going for straight up ELH. Alright, so we got like a nice start on an OD green going on here. That's a good look. I look forward to seeing the rest of it come together. 71st Light Horse. What sets their color scheme aside? I know that a lot of the ELH has different little differences. Lots of OD green and then like yellow stripes or what have you. Oh, this is the entire color. Okay, I wasn't sure if you were going to add any more to it. Well, it's looking good, man. I really do like the bigger shoulders on the Cyclops. It always looked a little goofy with the sloped shoulders. Well, it's a nice looking kind of OD yellow-green, man. Well done. And then we have from Vergaderung, got the base printed and a little bit of paint on the wood bits. These prints really are amazing, and they came out really fucking nice, all things considered. Like, much smoother than I would have thought. I mean, you can see a little bit of print artifacts up here, but not much to speak of. All in all, that whole package seems like it was a good get. Look forward to seeing the rest of that also get printed. And Chaotic Harmony, thank you so much for that. Right there at the end, just a little, I don't know what to do with you. I don't know what to do with you, Chaotic Harmony. I guess I'll just continue to encourage your bad behavior and harvest your voice sluttery for further content for my own channel. Well, it's cheaper than actually paying people, you know? All I have to do is sort of stoke his ego a little bit. Vergaderung is streaming right now. Well, that is probably where we're about to go, because that is going to mark the end of this particular stream. Ladies and gentlemen, Locusts and Gentlemechs, my sincere thanks to each and every person who came out for tonight's stream. As always, it has been a blast. Really, you guys, you make this easy on me. I mean, we've been streaming for such a short period of time, really, and this whole thing could be so much harder. But you come out and you engage in chat and you antagonize me and you show pictures that I thought I had burned all the copies of, and you make asinine remarks and you troll me in my own chat. And wait, what was I listing again? I kind of lost track of that one. Was it supposed to be good things? Okay. Well, you encouraged me to keep painting. That's something. And good night to you as well, Steiner. I'll take a look at what you sent. Let's find out where we're going. I strongly suspect I'm going to send you fine folk over to Vergaderung. I would just like to see who's on. And of course, I can't just check my raid list because Twitch is stupid. We got Thunderdome Drew going. We got the Zania props. Hyperphase is painting. Vergaderung's going. McB is on playing Batman Arkham Knights. Yeah, we're going over to Vergaderung. Let's go ahead and get that started. Now, guys, be careful, okay? Don't fall in love. Don't make Vergaderung your main stream just because he's more attractive and a better painter. Remember your roots! But really actually have a good time over at Vergaderung's chat. I will pop over in a little bit once I've had a chance to grab something to eat. We will be back on Thursday the 27th playing some more Dead Space. We should be right at the end of the game. We got damn near to the end of the game last time. I think we'll be finishing it off in the next Thursday, starting up Dead Space 2, or maybe even this Thursday. I don't know. I don't know which one it's going to be. We'll be back painting again this Sunday, August 30th. I've been thinking about adding more streams to the schedule. I don't want to give any more details than that because I don't want to make any promises based on just kind of a wild hair at the moment. But I've got a lot of inside time right now, so we might see some impromptu streams popping up. I would say keep an eye out for that if you're interested. I'm going to go get something to eat. Thank you to each and every person who came out today. Thank you for the bits. Kat, thank you for the raid. Kat and Dark Fox, thank you for modding. I appreciate it every single time. You guys keep this stream going. I'm gonna go get something to eat. That sounds like a plan. It is Taco Tuesday after all. Well, until Thursday, keep on painting.